institutions are majority owned by national states and invest in private sector projects in low and middle income countries to promote job creation and sustainable economic growth. With a portfolio of 46 billion euro invested in developing countries, and with 1/3 of this in Africa, we are risk takers and Good morning to the Finance, Income and Summit, and welcome to EDFI's high-level event dedicated to private sector financing in Africa. My name is Bruno Wen. I'm chairman of the European Development Finance Institute, and I'll be your host this morning. EDFI represents 15 development finance institutions based in Europe. Development finance institutions are majority owned by national states and invest in private sector projects in low and middle income countries to promote job creation and sustainable economic growth. Thank you for joining us in one of the first events of the Finance and Common Summit. Africa is a continent with a very young and growing population, a population that needs jobs. Jobs are being created by the private sector only. This is the short narrative why the private sector is key for the development in Africa. Within the private sector, it is a micro, small and medium-sized enterprise that employ by far the majority of the people, and they generate by far the majority of jobs. And even more, SMEs contribute up to 40% of national income in developing countries, according to the World Bank. This is why creating, promoting and financing these businesses are critically important for the development of Africa. They need the environment that helps to create new enterprises. They need training to scale up, and they need access to sustainable finance. The situation today is that there are large weaknesses in the business environment and that the funding gap is huge. COVID-19 has reinforced these bottlenecks with the devastating impact on the private sector in Africa. The progress of the last decade has stalled at best and wiped out at worst. The prospects of micro, small and medium-sized enterprises are under acute pressure, and efforts to expand inclusive financial solutions are an important part of the crisis response. With 1/3 of their 46 billion euros portfolio invested in private enterprises in sub-Saharan Africa, European Development Finance Institutes are committed to actively contribute to recovery in Africa. Since March, we have intensified our collaboration across DFIs and with multilateral development banks to better coordinate our response to the challenges faced by the private sector in Africa. On the occasion of this high-level event, I'm very pleased to launch a coalition of 20 public development banks for sustainable and inclusive recovery of the private sector, involving the African Development Bank, the West African Development Bank, WAD, the Development Finance Institute, Canada, FinDev, Canada, represented today in the audience by Mr. Vincent Claassen, Minister Counselor at the Embassy of Canada to France, US Development Finance Corporation, the Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, IDC, and of course the 15 members of EDFI, the Association of European Development Finance Institutes. With our collective portfolio of nearly $90 billion committed to private sector operations in low and middle income countries, supporting more than 12 million jobs, with over 40% of this in Africa, we will deepen cooperation among our institutions. We will focus on inclusive financial solutions for the private sector. We will support clients with technical assistance and advisory solutions when needed. We join a challenge to dedicate at least $4 billion for African micro, small and medium-sized enterprises by the end of 2021. And we call on other development finance institutions to join us in our collective action to help micro and small and medium-sized enterprises in Africa. In our discussion this morning, we will explore two main issues, namely, what are the financial needs of the private sector, and especially the micro, small and medium-sized enterprises during the current crisis and beyond, and what needs to be done to build back better, what can be done to improve the economic environment, build investment readiness, and attract more private investments in Africa. I'm very pleased with a distinguished panel of 3 experts and you have seen it already on the slide. Ivy, she is the CEO of the Tony Elumelu Foundation. The Tony Elumelu Foundation helps to create new businesses by providing training to 3,000 plus students all over Africa and provide seed capital for starting an enterprise. Many thanks, Ivy, for joining us today. We are very interested to learn from your experiences and your suggestions on the way forward. And second, we have Diana, the CEO of the Bank of Kigali. Bank of Kigali is one of the many banks that provides loans to micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Many thanks, Diana, also for joining us this morning. We are very eager to listen to you and to your insights, how you see the challenges with SME finance and your ideas to close the finance gap. And finally, we have Kola with us, the managing director and co-founder of Babangona. Babangona is an agricultural social enterprise that provides key services to smallholder farmers that result in significant increases in productivity. And by doing that, SMEs improves their businesses and at the same time reducing the risk for the banks, so that there is an incentive for banks to lend to agricultural SMEs. Many thanks, Kola, also for joining us today. We are very much looking forward to get your insights in the bottlenecks, but also in the opportunities. And in addition, we will benefit from the insights of free video interventions. We have asked two major investors in Africa how local and international financing solutions can contribute to the recovery. Let's hear the views of Mr. Assis Mebarak, the founding partner and co-founder of Africa Invest. Africa Invest is among the most experienced private equity investors in Northern and Sub-Saharan Africa, with 8 offices across the continent. He is also a long-term partner and client of European DFIs. Please start the video.
For the opportunity to address this distinguished audience. Many African MSMEs are suffering during these challenging COVID days. Certain sectors have been more adversely impacted than others, such as hospitality, financial services, commodity-linked industries, and certain types of FMCG companies. There are also opportunities for investment that have opened up in the face of consolidation, as well as promoting regional development. Supporting operational efficiencies through technology enhancements may help African MSMEs outperform in sectors such as edutech, which can also be an appropriate answer to the brain drain currently bleeding the continent, as well as healthcare, where there is an urgent need for the continent to catch up. Moreover, supply chain and logistics transformation can contribute to promoting intra-Africa trade. DFIs can structure their assistance to both address these challenges and take advantage of the opportunities. Here are 4 suggestions on how they can do this. 1. Set up short-term relief facilities designed in a way which allows to reach the needed quick funds disbursement. 2. Reinforce local banks, microfinance institutions, and private debt structures, especially through equity, Tier 2 contribution, and long-term local currency debt. Promoting alternative fintech companies using a combination of microfinance and technology could help increase efficiency and scalability. 3. Support PPP strategies with a focus on green energy and infrastructure projects through empowering more GPs in this segment. This is relevant now in light of many governments' budget constraints. 4. Reinforce the equity offer as well as technical assistance in both PE and VC by further supporting existing GPs and empowering new fund managers. Attracting private investors into African funds through the so-called blended finance structures with favorable terms for commercial investors could make a real difference, as could advocacy and training to local pension fund managers to attract part of their investment to this asset class. I believe that with innovative and open approaches, there is much room for success. Thank you.
Very great, with 4 very concrete suggestions. Short-term relief facilities, reinforce local banks and microfinance institutions, promote very much PPPs, especially for green energy and the infrastructure. And the 4th suggestion of Assis was to reinforce equity and TA, a technical assistance for funds. So let's hear now the views of a key multilateral actor, the International Finance Corporation, Mr. Sergio Pimenta, the Vice President of Middle East and Africa, will offer his insight on how to respond to the needs of the private sector in Africa, especially the smaller businesses, and more especially what could be done to improve investment readiness and public governance. Please start the video.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sergio Pimenta, and I'm IFC Vice President for the Middle East and Africa. I'd like to welcome you all to the Finance in Common Summit, and would like to extend a thank you to EDFI for inviting IFC to participate. The question to be answered during today's session is, what can be done to improve investment readiness and public governance for MSMEs in Africa? Let me share a few thoughts. Micro, small and medium enterprises, or MSMEs, account for 90% of all businesses in sub-Saharan Africa. They are critical to maintaining jobs and incomes, and they drive economic growth across the region. In Nigeria, MSMEs account for 50% of GDP and employ 86% of the national workforce. Despite their importance, MSMEs struggle to secure financing. They're forced to deal with weak transport and energy infrastructure in many countries, and they often last to benefit from inadequate business climate regulations. So what can we do to help? At IFC, we are working together with the World Bank through policy reforms at the country and sector level to address the regulatory bottlenecks to doing business. We're working upstream to create, deepen, and expand markets by designing and implementing projects in targeted sectors that we believe can attract private investment. This year, about 22% of our operating budget will be designated for these upstream activities. IFC is also providing non-financial services to help unlock the growth potential of MSMEs, including those owned by women. For example, in Kenya, we supported a local bank to design and deliver tailored business training and coaching to over 800 SMEs, of which 58% were women-owned. The support is helping entrepreneurs expand their business. Those are some of the actions IFC is taking to support MSMEs across Africa. I wish you all a fruitful discussion and look forward to hearing the actions that you and other DFIs are taking.
So Sergio has highlighted 3 issues. One is to work on policy reforms on the global and sectoral level, and to address regulatory bottlenecks, and IFC is doing that with the World Bank. Then also the need to deepen and expand markets through upstreaming activities, and then providing non-financial finance. We will now start our debate, and the first, what I like to hear from the panelists is their reaction on what we heard from Assis and his suggestions. And I would like to start with you, Ife. You work with entrepreneurs every day. Is the picture that he was highlighting accurate? And what do you see are the main challenges entrepreneurs face today, and how to deal with the uncertainty which is aggravated by the present COVID-19 crisis? Ife, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Bruno, and thank you for having me as part of this discourse. As you know, I'm not going to go into what we do, but the heart of what we do is about empowering entrepreneurs and giving them what they need to succeed. And it's what I like to call the 2 C's. You know, the first is capacity building and the second is capital. And these are the 2 critical things that MSMEs across Africa need. We have a tried and tested model the largest private sector-led entrepreneurship program on the African continent. We have trained, mentored, and funded thousands of entrepreneurs across all 54 African countries. So we have our finger on the pulse. We speak to entrepreneurs and we know the challenges they face. And I also commend the two speakers and the videos they shared, because definitely the DFIs and the multilaterals are vested in the success of MSMEs across Africa, because with Africa's burgeoning youth population, some studies say that by the turn of the century, 1 in 4 people in the world will be African. So this is the time to do the work to ensure that they are positively engaged, earning income, and have spending capacity. Otherwise, the world economy might just implode. So what we're looking at now is what, from our perspective, from what we've seen on the ground, in our experience, do MSMEs need? And the one critical thing is capital. You know, I'm having, for me, this is a very frank and open conversation, because like I said, it's very laudable, the amount of money that the DFIs have spent, particularly the European DFIs. You know, some studies state that over the last 10 years, over 36 billion has been spent in Africa alone. And we should see good return on investment from that capital expenditure. But what we have found on the ground is that entrepreneurs need to be trusted. We need to put money in the hands of the entrepreneurs. Yes, policy reforms is critical. Governments, African governments across board need to understand that they must create an enabling environment. And that is absolutely imperative. We, through advocacy, work hand in hand with African governments to ensure that the enabling environment is created. And just as the VP of IFC stated, that, you know, policy reform, you know, cleaning out regulatory bottlenecks is part of the work that the DFIs and multilateral absolutely have to do. But that is on the one hand. You know, as I listened to the intervention and the stream of activities, I heard upstream activities, deepening and expanding markets. I had non-financial services, and there seems to be an aversion to actually putting money in the hands of entrepreneurs. Like, we don't trust these entrepreneurs. But at the end of the day, they are the ones creating the jobs. We see that 80 to 90% of the jobs on the African continent is created by the MSMEs. So if anyone needs financial intervention, they do. And of course, with the COVID-19 pandemic, we know that Africa is the epicenter of the COVID-19 pandemic. And the MSMEs do not have the shock absorbers that the bigger companies have, as well as the governments. And all the relief and recovery measures that are being put in place is not trickling down to the MSMEs, and that is what we see. So we have understood as well that the structure of the financial sector, it almost cuts up these MSMEs. Because by the time you look at banks, they are looking to fund viable businesses that are already structured and have track record. Same thing with private equity firms. So what do we do with, entrepreneurs who are still starting their journey, who are, still, close to the bottom of the pyramid? That is where interventions like what we have at the Tony Edwille Foundation come in. A lot of the DFIs also cannot engage with entrepreneurs at that level one-on-one. If it's not $10, $20 million deals, it doesn't make financial sense. And that's understandable. Of course, the risk has to be mitigated as well. So the tried and tested model that we are using at the foundation is that we say that at the bottom of the pyramid, nobody's playing at the bottom of the pyramid. And we need to ensure that we are creating more entrepreneurs and pushing them up the pyramid, where they can now become more attractive to the banks or the private equity firms. But if we do not focus on the bottom of the pyramid, we find that we keep recycling the same entrepreneurs and we don't see as much growth commensurate to the amount of investment being put into the African continent. So once again, like I said, I applaud the DFIs and the multilaterals and all the great work that's being done. But I think in order for us to really see the impact, in order for us to really empower the MSMEs, we have to trust, we have to work with a tried and tested model. So an entrepreneurship program like ours, we have ability to reach thousands, if not millions, of African entrepreneurs across the entire continent. We have spent millions setting up a platform, tfconnect.com, to ensure that entrepreneurs are screened, they are trained, they are mentored, and then they are tested to determine their readiness to receive seed capital funding. Once they've received the seed capital funding, we go on to continue to track their progress. We have a very rigorous monitoring and evaluation program that ensures that we track their progress and able to measure how many jobs they're creating, what sort of revenues they're generating, what impact are they having on their communities, and most importantly, which of the sustainable development goals are they meeting? And all of our entrepreneurs, we're happy to say, typically meet between 1 and 3 of the sustainable development goals. And with that, we now find that 2-3 years into their entrepreneurial journey, most of our entrepreneurs, at the very minimum, are hiring 5 people. They're creating employment for 5 people. But we have entrepreneurs who are creating employment for hundreds of people within their community, both direct and indirect jobs. At that stage, we're now able to present them to banks for debt financing or other angel investors who are looking to do equity financing. And so for us, it is critical to look at it from the top, not to have a bottom-up approach, and to ensure that we're seeing entrepreneurs across Africa, from startup to IPO. We must continue along the value chain and not only focus on mid-level or mid-growth entrepreneurs. So for us in the foundation, it is very important, and this sort of platform is extremely critical, because we see the potential. We also very much applaud the 3 billion euros that the European DFIs have put together as a post-COVID recovery fund for Africa. But what we implore is, let us not focus only on those who are already ready or turning over millions of dollars. Let us ensure that it trickles down to those who really need it. We found that the World Bank forecasts that the African continent, for the first time in a century, is going to experience a recession. Some reports project a 3% GDP contraction. And the impact on jobs will be huge. McKinsey actually estimates that we will lose between 9 to 18 million formal jobs, and 100 million informal jobs will lose income, will be vulnerable to the loss of income. And of this 100 million informal jobs, 75% of them are women. And so we must act quickly, we must act now, and we must ensure that the intervention trickles down to those who need it the most, and use a tried and tested model to ensure that the true MSMEs, who are the primary job producers and job creators on the African continent, have the support that they need to weather the storm through this COVID period. Thank you.
So many thanks, Ife, also for this very encouraging plea, putting money in the hands of entrepreneurs and having a systematic and holistic approach from startups to IPOs. And this is why I would like to ask Diana. Diana, how do you see it as a CEO of the Bank of Kigali? Putting money in the hands of entrepreneurs, that's exactly what banks should do. And what is needed for you to expand the services, the access to finance for small and medium-sized enterprises, and what do you need in order also to care for the startups, and how you can also collaborate much more with what Ife was mentioning, that institutions like the Tune Elumelu Foundation creates or provides you with the next generation of clients, successful startup companies. So Diana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Bruno, and thank you for having me in this summit. I'm learning a lot and getting to know new people, so it's very exciting in these challenging times of COVID-19. So obviously, banks are meant to put money in the hands of the entrepreneurs. This is our mandate, is to finance the economy and to finance the private sector. So this is exactly what we do for a living. And we've been doing that quite successfully over the years. And we are riding, obviously, on the back of a strong foundation in terms of supportive doing business environment, supportive regulatory environment that allows us to do business and to continue to grow the economy. Now, these times have been challenging for everyone, of course, for the bank, but mainly for our clients who are there to offer jobs, to create value for the economy. And what we've been doing with them, I think with the support of the government set up what they called an economic recovery fund, and not only to, again, put money in the hands of these entrepreneurs, as Ife is saying, but also safeguard jobs. So the way this fund was structured, we had a window for refinancing because we have many businesses, including particularly in the hospitality industry, that are affected by the pandemic. There's no conference, no tourist coming to Rwanda, and we've been able to refinance all our clients a portion of their facilities with banks. I think it was a maximum 35% into longer term and low cost finance, and this acts as deleveraging these companies and reducing the interest burden or the interest capitalization that is happening during this period where they cannot service the facilities. So this has been very much welcome, and the fund that was set up by the government was about $50 million has been used up, and there's actually need for more. The second window was a working capital window, which is being deployed right now by all banks, including Bank of Kigali. As the largest commercial bank, we play a bigger role there. And this is actually, again, to put money, at this time it's not refinancing, it's to put money into the hands of these entrepreneurs at low cost for them to continue providing these jobs, for them to, keep the lights on, as we say here, during these challenging times. And this, we can see now economy picking up slowly. We see, business picking up in markets, in busy areas. You see life coming back. And this is, again, because of the support that banks have been giving. And finally, there's the last window, which is an MSME window, mainly channeled through microfinance institutions. And this, again, is to support micro businesses with very small funding to make sure, again, they keep the lights on. So this has been quite useful, and we are hoping, looking at the transactions we see, looking at the way the economy is picking up, we are hoping to close the year with a positive growth rate. Now, as Ife is saying, the challenges for us as a bank, we finance mainly, established SMEs. If I look at my portfolio, top 100, these are basically established companies in various sectors of the economy. I have in my book, manufacturing plants, we've financed cement plants, agro-processing plants, we finance obviously hotels, etc. So we have established companies. And what the challenge I see is sometimes in the management of these companies, you see very successful entrepreneurs that are probably, reaching 60, 70. And the management of the corporate governance of these companies, leaves a lot to desire. And we keep engaging these entrepreneurs, telling them, you need to plan for the future. We want to see you having a strong management, a strong board, a strong corporate governance, because we project your growth in the next 10 years or 20 years, and probably, you will not be there. And we have, and this is what my credit risk colleagues tell me every day, we see a key man risk in many businesses, and we are looking for partnerships with the likes of the Tony Elumelu Foundation or other business development companies to support the development of corporate governance in these quite successful companies, just to plan for to ensure sustainability, to make sure these businesses will survive another 10 or 20 years. And we keep telling them that, only if they have the right corporate governance, they'll be able to access funding through capital markets. They'll be able to, actually even get better, cheaper funding from banks. And this is a conversation that has been happening, and, I still see a challenge there. Now, as a bank, we can only we are regulated companies. We are channeling savings from, our depositors. we cannot, do startup capital, we cannot finance startups, etc. But what we've been doing at Bank of Kigali, that started operations about 53 years ago as a commercial bank, we've grown into a financial services company where we also offer, we have a separate business that offers insurance policies. We have a business that is now offering capital market services, and they do advisory. And this, we believe, is a way for us to complement each other as we support our clients. We can offer them, of course, bank services, insurance services, but we also want to be able to advise them to raise capital for them through other means than banking. And this is what we've been trying. And we are looking for more partnerships with DFIs, with people who want to plan for the transformation of our economy in the next 20 years. So I believe there's still a lot to do. On the continent, we have young, smart entrepreneurs with brilliant ideas, but we still need to structure these ideas. And probably something I would want us to talk about in this session or in this summit in general is how we finance the youth in Africa, because the youth is the future for Africa. They are all connected, they are positive, better educated, brilliant ideas, but we need to find the right financing structures and products for these youth if we want to truly transform the continent. So this is my contribution to this question, and I look forward to more engaging questions. Thank you.
Yeah, many thanks, Diana. That's highly welcome, your intervention, and I like very much that you raised the issue of corporate governance, and I share the view that corporate governance is always a key issue, and this is why we within EDFI, our members, have stepped up the efforts since many years, also to provide advisory services, how to create the corporate governance within companies that is in line with accepted standards. And I like also what you mentioned that indeed there's a question how to get the right finance for the very young people. And with that, I like to call on Kola, because he's doing something which is very interesting, helping smallholder farmers to increase their productivity. And I would like to ask him to elaborate a little bit more on what he is doing, and especially also in doing that, elaborate a little bit, what do you expect from the banks, from the public development banks, DFIs, and how far we can help you to expand and scale up your businesses? Kola, it's yours.
Well, first of all, Bruno, thank you for the kind invitation. I'd like to begin by probably talking to really the urgency to why we need to solve the problem that we're all here today to address. I think fundamentally, if you look at Nigeria, from 1990 to 2010, roughly 20 million youth entered an oversaturated workforce, triggering youth unemployment to spike to up to 60%, in turn triggering not one, not two, but three insurgencies. If you look at 2010, the year Babangona started, to 2030, the next 20 years, 4 times the number of youth, 80 million people, nearly the population of Germany, the world's 4th largest economy, will be entering an already oversaturated workforce. And so for us, we started down this journey recognizing that the way that we think about supporting MSMEs and job creation, we had to start thinking about it very differently. And we had to start thinking about it in a way that could scale and create the quantum of jobs we need as quickly as possible. And so really that was the genesis of Babangona. And really what we focused on was we recognized at the end of the day, why do MSMEs fail? MSMEs fail because they struggle to access capital. They struggle to access the knowledge they need to be effective. They struggle to get the supply chains that they need to get the products that they need efficiently and effectively. And they often struggle to find the markets. So what we did with Babangona is to basically create a model of financing and supporting MSMEs that is hyper-focused to ensure that you are able to ensure that you can solve all of those critical challenges that the MSME faces. In turn, creating a scenario where now you can create a highly scalable model that can support tens of thousands, eventually millions of MSMEs. So if you look at Babangona today, we are West Africa's single largest maize producing entity. We've supported over 130,000 agricultural entrepreneurs in rural communities to date. Today, we are farming an area with our members that is about 80,000 acres of maize, an area equivalent to 5 Manhattans. And we've created a system that is exceptionally scalable. If you look at this year, despite the challenges of COVID, the model we've developed was able to double in size in the midst of a pandemic, right? Off of the already very large base. We were a very large organization last year, farming an area equivalent to about 2.5 Manhattans. Now, the beauty of these types of models is because they're hyper-focused and very focused on solving all the different pieces that an MSME, all the different challenges that an MSME faces, you're in turn able to de-risk that MSME and catalyze significant amounts of capital to them. We've been operating now, we're about to enter our 10th year of operation, been able to deploy tens of millions of dollars to MSMEs and in the agriculture space, and operating at a 99% repayment rate. Now, what this in turn enables us to do is be able to catalyze in very large amounts of capital. We just, back in 2018, we closed a $25 million round of financing that enabled us to scale to where we are. Today, we've now launched a $90 million round of financing where we have partners like KfW that have come in on the equity side, partners like EDFI that have come in on the subordinated debt side. And that will enable us to scale to the point where cumulatively now we'll be able to support about 450,000 smallholder farmers, in turn creating nearly 500,000 direct jobs, and in turn creating an additional 500,000 indirect jobs, so well over 1 million jobs impact. Now, specifically to what is required to enable these types of specialized hyper-growth models for creating jobs through MSMEs. At the end of the day, these models tend to be require very large amounts of working capital. And so, and also these models tend to not, they're highly impactful by their nature, but they tend to also be very low margin models, particularly because you're dealing with not only in agriculture, but you're dealing with agricultural commodities that are typically stable commodities. We focus very much on products like rice and maize. So these are relatively low margin agricultural commodities, but the benefit of that is because they're stable crops, the market is very large and you can scale and the impact is very large. But on the flip side, that means that the margins tend to be low, which means it becomes a little bit more challenging to raise the equity due to the economics in the short term. But we feel there's very strong economics in the medium to long term. So the role the critical role that investors in the development community play is coming in and participating in subordinated and providing subordinated debt, because what that has enabled us with partners like EDFI that have come in and participated in subordinated debt. Historically, what we've seen is for every dollar we raise in subordinated debt, we're able to raise $3 in senior debt. And really that creates a great multiplier effect that enables these models to be highly scalable, yet ensuring that they are able to remain in their core mission of creating tens of thousands, eventually hundreds of thousands, and eventually millions of jobs for agricultural MSMEs.
So many thanks, Kola. That's great that you have developed a bankable model with such a huge impact on the creation of jobs, and I think what you highlighted is that there should be a readiness also from public development banks and EDFI to accept that due to the low margin of the commodities that the small farmers are dealing with, there's a need also to come with subordinated debt, which helps them to leverage leverage. That's very important. Let's have a short round of discussion on what Sergio told us, because we have just discussed very much what we can do on the institution level, but finance in itself is not sufficient to solve the issues, and we need also some kind of policy reforms, etc. So I would like also to have your views on what Sergio mentioned, and I would like also to call on the audience that in the chat room you can put your questions that we will take up in a few minutes. So may I start then with Ify again? What can be done to foster entrepreneurship and business creation on the continent, on the policy arena?
Thank you once again, Bruno. I think the very encouraging thing is that over the last 10 years, entrepreneurship, African entrepreneurship, is now firmly on the global agenda, as well as on the agenda of African governments. Every year, to celebrate the cohort for that year, so the foundation 5 years ago launched a $100 million commitment to identify, train, and fund 10,000 African entrepreneurs, but with an annual application of over 260,000 applications annually. Our commitment to select 1,000 a year, was very insignificant, less than 1% of those who applied, just to show the sheer need from African youth. And so we opened the program up to partners. Take last year, for instance, we were able to train and fund over 5,000 entrepreneurs, and each of them, once they receive the capacity building and the mentoring, and they have certified business plans certified by Deloitte, they receive a $5,000 non-returnable seed capital. And so at the end of every cohort, we usually have the Tony Miller Foundation Entrepreneurship Forum. And so last year, we actually had 5 African presidents attend the forum. And for us, that was testament to the fact that African leaders, policymakers are understanding that the only way for sustainable economic development is to prioritize entrepreneurship and to prioritize human development, with particular emphasis on our youth. And so what we do is we leverage our networks with government, and we actually create a situation where our entrepreneurs are able to speak directly to their governments, not just at the forum, but even beyond the forum. And we found that African governments are increasingly realizing that creating an enabling environment, having policy reform that will prioritize the needs of micro and small medium enterprises in Africa is absolutely critical. I always say to our entrepreneurs that if you can succeed as an entrepreneur in Africa, you can succeed anywhere. But we need to begin to help them. We need to begin to support their journey. And so it is important now for African governments to begin to look at tax, as little as tax systems. Most of the countries or most of the states in Nigeria, for instance, have multiple taxation systems where it's almost punitive if you want to be an entrepreneur. So governments need to look at the tax system and have tax breaks for micro and small medium enterprises that are actually creating jobs and give them a cushion, especially for the first 5 years of their businesses. We also, of course, must address the issue of electricity, because in a country like Nigeria, having to pay for your own electricity and generate your own electricity eats into your bottom line up to 40-50%. And so already they're not able to be competitive with their global with other global counterparts. So, when we look at things like electricity, taxation, of course, ease of doing business, I must commend quite a number of African governments have made a lot of progress around the ease of doing business. But in addition to that, we also must begin to look at implementing the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement. Africa is a huge population. It's one of the largest free trade zones with the ratification of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. But how do we now actualize it? How do we now implement it? Governments must work together to break down the fragmented markets that exist in Africa. Our entrepreneurs are constantly complaining to us that how is it that they want to buy raw materials from their neighbor in Ghana and they must change their naira to dollar first before they can send CDs to their neighboring country in Ghana. So what can we do? And this will obviously involve the development organizations as well, like the Afrexim Bank. How can we take down these obstacles and these boundaries? Of course, critically, if the ACFTA is going to work, we must have transportation lines across Africa. It's faster for me to get to Europe or the United States than for me to get to Zambia. That doesn't make any sense. We need to create a route, a trading route. I mean, this existed 200-300 years ago. So why can't we ensure that it exists today? So African governments need to invest heavily in infrastructure, rail lines, road networks within the African continent. Because if we can create intra-African trade, the African entrepreneur will leapfrog in terms of revenue generated and growth. So these are some of the things that African governments, I think, can work on. And of course, the development partners are critical to this because they invest in Africa. And if they can ensure that some of these policy and infrastructure interventions are a requirement to these investments, then we can begin to see real growth and real scale in MSMEs in Africa.
No, thank you very much. I feel also to addressing once again the responsibility of governments to take care that there is a business environment that is then conducive for the private sector. And I'd like to take the opportunity also to mention that we as EDFI, we have So sorry, Sorry again, ladies and gentlemen, for these technical problems. I was just mentioning that we as EDFI, that we have just co-published a working paper for consultation on the policy bottlenecks, which prevents much more private sector investments. And we hope very much that based on these guidelines, we can then have a more coherent policy dialogue with the policymakers. But I'd like to ask Diana, what do you expect from the central banks, from your government, the banking regulator, from the public development banks, the DFIs, helping you to expand your business with small and medium-sized enterprises? And be short because we are running out of time.
Thank you, Bruno. I think when I hear that government is in the room, or the central bank, or DFIs, or international partners are in the room, I always like to emphasize education, because I believe if we can crack the issue of having enough African youth educated, and when I say educated, I mean into technical, vocational, professional training, I think this is really a prerequisite for us to start building a professional MSME sector. We still need, we can talk about the digital economy and the green economy and many things, but we still need some basic skills. You need a professional plumber, you need professional chefs. In the health sector, there's so many technical jobs that some hospitals cannot fill, and as a matter of fact, we cannot attract foreign direct investment in these sectors because we don't have the right skills. So I think that there's a number of partnerships that are needed there to build these educational institutions to train the youth, and not necessarily university degrees, etc., but to train these people and give them a professional training so they can enter the job market. But beyond professional training, I believe these young people need also to get some entrepreneurial skills, just like what Ife was mentioning, because we want them to be able to create their own jobs, to build their own enterprises. And as an ecosystem, of course, banks will come in if there's a supportive environment to know how we can finance these small businesses. Private equity companies, there's a lot we can do, but having the people with the right mindsets, the right skills to start creating their own jobs. So I know we don't have much time, so I want to stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Diana. So, Kola, so what do you think are, in your view, the two top priorities that to help you to scale up much more your business?
So I think first and foremost is having more development finance institutions like EDFI willing to come in and provide subordinated debt. That is a very critical piece, because I think that will really unlock tremendous amounts of capital from a large network of commercial lenders. And I think the role of EDFI is to be more catalytic in that sense, I think is very important. I commend EDFI for taking that approach. The second thing is really around tying into your question around policy. I think at the end of the day, when I've seen policy change happen, it's typically happened off the back of government seeing something that works domestically, right? Because otherwise, there's always this may not work here, or this won't work here, or so on and so forth. So if you take the case of Babangona as an example, we had institutional investors that supported us in those early days to demonstrate that this idea of a hyper-focused lending institution to MSMEs could create rapid scale and impact in terms of jobs. After we were able to get to a very reasonable scale within our first 4 years, they advocated on our behalf to leading government institutions. We ended up having strong partnerships with institutions like the Central Bank of Nigeria, who basically designed a whole agricultural program, the Anchor Borrower program, off of Babangona, and committed 200 billion naira towards trying to replicate and stimulate more Babangona type entities, right? And so I think the next step here is really around is helping the government to understand that they can, as opposed to today where they lend directly off their own balance sheet to support organizations like us, to replicate models more akin to the US Farm Credit System and other models in other parts of the world, where they basically provide a sovereign guarantee that then in turn helps to stimulate capital coming in, particularly from the likes of the pension funds, domestic pension funds, and other massive capital entities.
Oh, many thanks. So this is music in my ears, because since many years I'm advocating that there's a need for reforms of the pension system, because there's a huge amount of domestic resources that is available. And the question is how this huge amount of money can be made available for development and finance development without any kind of local currency risk. And this is, I think, one of the issues. So I would like now to open the Q&A session, and there is one comment that corporate governance and financial transparency are key issues to be fixed before funding a company. I think that's quite clear. But Jana was referring to existing companies, and they are now facing a problem also in terms of the generation problem. There was a question: what are a very good question? What are the solutions to support the informal sector, which is important in the African economies, and which is on which the majority of the population in African countries depend? So who would like to have a quick question? Kola?
So that is fundamentally what we do. If you look at the typical client we lend to, they have no formal address. They may not have a phone. They may not even have a government ID, right? And they have no credit history. So how do you lend to that group and attain a 99% credit repayment rate? Babangona today, if you look at Babangona today, where being a highly specialized lender requires innovative approaches. One, we have one of the largest technology teams deploying very advanced technology from artificial intelligence, biometrics, facial recognition, all kinds of different things to be able to deal with these types of risks. And then coupled with a massive investment in infrastructure, we have Nigeria's largest fleet of motorcycles. We have thousands of motorcycles out there visiting farmers, visiting these informal MSMEs. We've had to invest in over 100,000 metric tons of storage capacity in these communities. So it requires both the use of technology and investment in infrastructure to be able to reach and manage the risk within these informal groups.
So there is one final question: that SMEs activity have a great social and economic impact. At the same time, development banks are increasingly criticized when they finance directly or indirectly fossil fuel sector. For example, financing of petrol station carried by small and medium-sized enterprises starting to be criticized. What do you think of this controversy, and how to find the right balance between challenges of climate change with the financing of SMEs, especially in countries where the economy is dominated by fossil fuel? Maybe Jana, you can answer this question.
Yeah, I think I don't think there's a controversy. To be honest, I think where the opportunities are, the financial sector will follow. But again, when we look at sustainability, we also are, and I think this is also the role of government and other partnerships, to unlock the other opportunities in the economy of the future. So we talk about the digital economy, the green economy, that also need a certain regulatory framework, a technology framework that is not necessarily existing today in Africa. But for now, we also finance fossil fuel energies because we need energy in this country to run the manufacturing, to run industries, etc. So we are looking at the next level of financing, the next step, and we are looking for solutions also to go into a sustainable economy. But for now, I think we have to. I think it's absolutely important and critical to finance solutions today that supports economic growth and transformation and also jobs. Thank you.
Okay,
Bruno, if
now,
I may add just quickly on that. I think it's very important that as opposed to blacklisting investments in these areas, to be smart about how you can actually invest in these areas and actually leverage that investment to transition those industries. I think a specific example would be, for example, Babangona. By us working with these farmers, we're actually helping them to reduce their carbon footprint. Right, we're helping them do microdosing to reduce the amount of fertilizer that they're using more efficiently. Instead of cutting down trees, trimming the trees, not practicing slash and burn agriculture. But if you actually if you blacklist industries, you wouldn't be able to play an active role to help to sustainable measures.
I could not agree more. We have asked Mrs. Marietta Jager, the Deputy Director General for International Cooperation and Development at the European Commission, to tell us more about the difficult task the EU has to find the balance between its ambitions to lead a green and resilient recovery and the need to address the immediate economic and social impact of COVID-19 crisis in Africa, and to explain how public development banks and DFE's response can help contributing to this agenda. Please start the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, let me first thank EDFI for the invitation to address you at this important summit. I want to use this opportunity to express our appreciation for the work done by EDFI and also for the joint declaration by all public development banks. A strong private sector in Africa is prerequisite for sustainable development and for a recovery out of this crisis. And therefore, the topic today cannot be more relevant and timely. The private sector in Africa has been hit particularly hard by the pandemic. Therefore, we need to address their financial needs in order to give a boost to Africa's business environment and to build back better. As you know, the EU has taken immediate steps to help our partners, including in Africa, to get on the road to recovery. By acting with our member states and EU financial institutions, we have pulled together more than 37 billion euros. And also European investment plan, together with the EFSD as its financial arm, has been entirely reoriented to tackle the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. As you know, through the EFSD, we are providing 1.5 billion in financial guarantees, and those guarantees aim to guarantee more than 16 billion in overall investment. I'm extremely proud that in good timing for today's summit, we are concluding the current EFSD, and I hope that we will be having an occasion to celebrate that. Among the guarantees that we are signing in the last package, we have 5 amounting to over 520 million euros that will help small businesses to stay afloat and to continue to grow in the face of the pandemic. And for example, one guarantee aims to provide access to loan and capital to start or expand businesses by reducing the risk for local financial intermediaries, those allowing banks to loan more and with better terms. But more needs to be done. And for example, another one aims that European diaspora could help countries of origin by providing the investments into the small and medium enterprises. But we are all aware of the consequences, social, economic, and environmental and climate crisis on top of the health crisis, and that all tells us that the objective of our European Green Deal is more relevant than ever and remain intact in the COVID-19 context. Basically, we should be able to take away from this pandemic an opportunity to rebuild our economies differently and to make them more resilient and more environmentally sustainable. Of course, government intervention is necessary to accelerate investment, and especially the green investment, basically to bring in the private investors by providing the guarantees to reduce risk and basically to ensure undistorted trade and investment conditions. But this is my main message for you, ladies and gentlemen. The development finance institution, you have the key role to play, including in driving further the private investments and reducing perceived and actual investment risk, basically supporting green and sustainable investments and creating more transparency on financial flows and best practices. Let me conclude. Private sector and SMEs in particular, they are backbone of our economies, whether in Europe, Africa or elsewhere. As such, they are key partners, our key partners, and we will continue to use all our tools to promote and assist them, including through the next EFSD, where we are looking forward to closely cooperate with all IFIs, including the EDFI. And by turning our vision into reality, the business community, the financial institutions and policymakers, together we can build back better. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you a very successful summit.
So there was a strong commitment of the European Union to Africa and especially to the private sector through guarantees, as Kola was also mentioning. My main takeaways from this very lively debate is finding the right finance for the youth, having a systematic and holistic approach from startup to IPOs, the need to provide much more subordinated debt, the need for policy dialogue, so in order to get an environment for the private sector that's conducive, the need to provide education, good education, which includes also then entrepreneurial skills, and finally also looking for sustainable solutions to finance the informal sector. With that, I would like to thank very much the panelists, Ivy, Diana and Kola, for the lively debate and that you have shared with us your insights and thoughts. I'd like also to thank the colleagues behind the scene for the excellent preparation, and I'd like especially to thank Matilde and Laure. And I thank very much the participants for joining the Finance in Summit today. And stay healthy and safe, and good luck. Many thanks for joining. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good morning if you're tuning in from Paris, Abidjan, or elsewhere in the world. We're truly delighted to have you here during what we anticipate to be an exciting conversation. It is my pleasure to wish you a warm welcome to this high-level panel entitled Human Security in Fragile Settings, hosted by the African Development Bank Group under the Finance in Commons Summit. My name is Nafissatou Diouf. I'm the Acting Director of Communication and External Relations at the African Development Bank, and I'm honored to moderate this high-level panel. We have an excellent lineup for you today, ladies and gentlemen, to unpack this incredible and multifaceted issue on Africa's ongoing predicament around security and development. By way of introduction, let me suggest looking at just one fact and one figure. 2 billion people in the world are living in countries where fragility and conflict situations are undermining development prospects. The situation, of course, is more dire with the increased frequency and severity of disease outbreaks, such as the one we're faced with today, the COVID-19 pandemic. On that note, and with your permission, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce the members of our esteemed panel. And it is my privilege to welcome Mr. Peter Morer, President of the International Committee of the Red Cross. Mr. Morer oversees the ICRC's intervention in over 80 countries and has a unique exposure to armed conflicts and pressing humanitarian concerns. Welcome, sir. Also with us, we're honored to have Dr. Shinichi Kitaoka, President of the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA. Dr. Kitaoka is an emeritus professor of the University of Tokyo, who served from 24 to 26 as the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, Deputy Permanent Representative of Japan to the United Nations. A warm welcome to you, sir. We also have another distinguished speaker on the panel, Mrs. Catherine Garrett-Cox. She is the Chief Executive Officer of the Gulf International Bank. In 2014, Catherine was awarded a CBE for services to the asset management industry and charitable services. She is chair of both the Clean Air Fund and the CDP Worldwide Board. Finally, last but not least, we're thrilled to be joined by Dr. Khaled Sherif, Vice President for Regional Development, Integration and Business Delivery at the African Development Bank Group. Dr. Sherif oversees the bank's sovereign operations throughout the continent. He guides the institution's regional integration agenda and its engagement in fragile situations. Welcome, VP Sherif. Now, it's time to deep dive into the issues at hand, and I'd like to start by touching upon the community-based responses with a question to you, Morer. From a perspective of a humanitarian actor, and in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, what is your new operational approaches on the ground for lessening the impact of conflict on vulnerable communities?
Thanks a lot for the question. And let me just maybe start by saying whether we operate and think at individual, community, or system level, COVID-19 has been a powerful accelerator and accentuator of fragility. Of course, any of the elements of fragility that we were dealing beforehand, be it underdevelopment, war, violence, governance issue, climate change, haven't gone away. And so COVID-19 just has exacerbated and accentuated the fragility problems with which we were confronted. Let me just take another figure to start. 80% of all people displaced, irregularly displaced at the present moment worldwide, come from 20 contexts, primarily in Africa and the Middle East. Now, how did we change and what has changed with COVID-19? What came new to our approach? First, in our traditional role as an emergency operator, we have prioritized. We're speeding and scaling our emergency response, in particular, our health, water, and hygiene response in community health centers all over the African continent. In more than 400 health centers, we have done prevention, fixed water systems, made them accessible to communities around. I think we have focused on internally displaced. on urban poor and on urban context. And we have certainly focused also on those in detention, which is a core mandate of ICRC. We have been looking very seriously into community engagement also because with COVID-19, we have seen a dramatic increase of community-based violence, in particular against health centers. 70% of attacks of health workers have come from family who had their family relatives as patients in centers. So we have tried to work and engage on community-based violence according to some of our traditional methods. Where we are particularly interested to work and to engage with development actors is, of course, our recognition that COVID-19 has focused all our attention to not only focus on the pandemic, but also to focus on system stabilization, community resilience building, strengthening health, water facilities in community, engaging into longer-term infrastructure at community level, engaging into income-generating activities with a longer perspective than just emergency, trying to engage into new financial instruments, including cash grants, in order to empower communities to deal with the situations in which they find themselves, trying to work on the intersection of climate impact and community resilience, looking at energy use in communities, have been some of the examples which we have privileged, accentuated, prepared for cooperation and partnership with development actors. And I think that's where my key message today is with regard to your question. I think we have to look on how we have a new way of working together between humanitarian and development actors, which allow us to create a space at levels of community to stabilize through cooperating much more intensively together.
Thank you so much, Mr. More. And this really opens up the door for my next question. You touched on partnership and the need to work together. So I'd like to turn to you, President Putalka. From a development cooperation perspective, what is JICA's approach to supporting community-based programs with the aim of achieving human security? Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Let me start with the symposium we had just 10 days ago to commemorate the late President Sadako Ogata, who passed away last year, who was a champion of the concept of human security, as you may know. The human security is the concept that all individuals are entitled to freedom from fear and want, and the right to live in dignity, including those in particularly fragile areas. This is a very important concept. And then the COVID-19 has been having a particularly severe impact on vulnerable groups, including women, children, and refugees in fragile countries and areas. And JICA is trying to work on very hard on achieving human security by mobilizing all the tools from technical cooperation to financial cooperation. Particularly strong emphasis is placed on ensuring people's self-reliance, even in fragile situations. Particularly on COVID-19, JICA has been very active in providing the efforts and a kind of a prevention effort, such as providing maternal and child health care book, and then also bringing the bed net, also the encouraging hand washing and so forth. And also we have been active in treatment, building hospitals and such kind of systems. But we are now trying to provide all these comprehensive approach to COVID-19 by connecting the prevention effort, on precaution effort, and also treatment. We are planning to build roughly 100 hospitals in developing countries. Now, let me touch upon one very special case, which is our effort in Mindanao, Philippines. And as I said, the damage is particularly severe in a fragile situation. We have been supporting the peace between the Moro people and another majority people. And then by, for example, building roads so that they can be connected to each other, so that they can benefit each other by meeting each other, and also by bringing agricultural goods to the market, and vice versa. Now we found that they are under COVID-19, and then we are trying to support the transitional autonomous government even more. And then JICA and the transitional autonomous government of Mindanao are jointly conducting online interviews to assess the needs of the local population and prepare cooperation programs to meet local needs. Just one more thing, which is good news. Japan has been considered relatively conservative on the issue of global warming. But recently, our new Prime Minister, Suga, just declared that Japan will aim at the carbon neutrality in 2050. This is a big progress, I think. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. President Hitoka. Some great news there. Your commitment to build 100 hospitals in developing world, and then you ended strongly with your with Japan's wish to or commitment to end its to be carbon neutral by 2050. Now let's shift gear and turn to Catherine. From a private sector standpoint, Catherine, is there an appetite and readiness of private sector actors to invest in human security and community-based resilience in fragile and conflict-affected situations?
Thank you very much indeed, Nafi, and good morning, good afternoon. It's a complete pleasure to be here and with everybody today. I think the answer is there is increasing appetite for such investments. And in fact, over the past 10 years, we've seen significant investor demand for purpose-led investment increase. For instance, the market for sustainable investment has actually increased by around 34% between 2016 and 2018 to reach $30 trillion. And equally, the market for impact investment, which focuses to a greater extent on the benefits from a sustainability perspective, is now worth over $750 billion. And I think what this really reflects is two factors. I think first, there is a growing realization that good sustainability practices can indeed generate good financial returns. And I think second, there's an increasing recognition of the importance of mobilizing capital for sustainable development. And the COVID-19 pandemic has undoubtedly reiterated the importance of social sustainability, which is really what we're discussing today. However, I think the reality is that within these markets, there are still relatively few examples of capital that has been specifically targeted for humanitarian and resilience projects. And this is quite unlike other sustainability areas, for instance, environmental issues, where the market for green bonds is really now quite sizable. I think it's perhaps, as we think about it, I think it's in part because many investors today have really started to sort of focus and center their sustainability efforts around framing them around the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, and that has become the investment blueprint. And I think that the challenge is that humanitarian and resilience investing doesn't sort of fit perfectly into that framework. Perhaps it's actually much broader and cuts across several of the SDGs. I think at the same time, there are also challenges for investor readiness to move into the space of humanitarian and resilience investing. And I think one of them is that at the current time, many humanitarian and resilience investments are concentrated very much at the high end of the investment spectrum. And as we know, and as we've heard already, sometimes by their very nature, they are typically focused in high-risk geographies around the world. And what this means is that we need much more enhanced data collection, much greater levels of due diligence and risk monitoring by investors. But I think the good thing is that activity is often undertaken by a collaboration of stakeholders across both public and private sectors. And this basically requires some sort of blended finance. So I think to conclude, Nafi, I think there absolutely is an appetite and a readiness. Now what we need to do is to combine both of those factors with the right opportunities to ensure that we can really crowd the private sector into this critical area for development. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. You said it's a critical area. Blended finance, yes, cooperation between the philanthropists, the development, multilateral development agencies, the private sector. The key word, that you've been using all along, all the panelists, is collaboration and cooperation. Now, flipping the coin, I'd like to ask you, VP Khalid, the following question. What is it that the public development banks, such as the AFDB, can do differently in order to reach out effectively to vulnerable communities and address their socio-economic needs alongside human security?
Well, thank you, Nafisato, and distinguished partners for organizing this panel and allowing this timely discussion. So first and foremost, I think as long as there are people suffering from hunger that have no access to electricity, that are trapped in poverty, the risk of insecurity will remain. But over 600 million African people lack access to electricity today. On average, more than 60% of youth were unemployed in 2019. In the Sahel, over the past decade, the GDP has grown by 45%, while the population increased by 34%. And today, around 50 million people, 59% of the population, still rely on agriculture in the Sahel countries, with an uncertain future because of climate change and environmental impacts. The sources of the current instability in the Sahel are often ascribed to rural areas and remote communities where people have been excluded from national development plans for decades. Parts of northern Mali, for example, are inaccessible, and it should not come as a surprise that there are radicalized regions by extremist groups. So to your question, what can development banks do differently? First, we have to emphasize the importance of inclusion in our lending and non-lending engagement. We have to concentrate all of our investments in urban and rural areas, especially in rural areas, making sure that communities that have been the source of instability and the source of development imbalances finally get the support that they need. And for too long, we've let development of vulnerable communities fall between the cracks. NGOs, foundations, charities, and civil society have tried to do their role, but it is important that finance institutions now focus on the development of primary and secondary cities, not just primary cities, and also focus on rural development. So while actors, including the Red Cross, have often done an admirable job under difficult circumstances, they would need public development banks and private investors to scale up their resources and impact. So basically, we need to create a new and strong alliance focusing on scaling up humanitarian and development impact in rural and vulnerable communities. At the same time, we have to dialogue with national and regional authorities to promote the development of value chains, link rural and urban areas, create jobs, and set in motion a circle of wealth creation. And this is what's key. So through our country resilience and fragility assessments, we are consistently analyzing the interplay of fragility drivers and identifying entry points for sound interventions. I can't overemphasize the importance of sharing the same perspective to better coordinate our activities, and would encourage our partners that we do more joint analytics to address the root causes of inequality. In closing, I would like to emphasize the role of regional integration in this context. Insecurity and underdevelopment are not confined with national borders, and their solutions require regional approaches. For geographic, historical, and cultural reasons, some communities today trade more across borders than within their own country. The African Continental Free Trade Area provides all of us with an opportunity to facilitate economic and social interactions across countries that can create wealth for all stakeholders as we produce more of what we consume and consume more of what we produce. Thank you very much.
What a very strong way to end there, VP Khaled. There's a need to emphasize the importance of inclusion to make sure that nobody falls between the cracks. Now let me bring in two speakers who are going to address this panel via video messages. We have Mr. Ayman Amin Sejini, who's the CEO of the Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector at the Islamic Development Bank Group. And also Mr. Dave Turk, Deputy Executive Director of the International Energy Agency. Let's hear from them via video message.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim wa salatu wassalam ala Sayyidina Muhammad. It's a great honor for ICD, Islamic Corporation Development of the Private Sector, to be here today with you in the Finance Commons Summit 2020, and especially in the African Development Bank high-level panel focused on human security in fragile settings. Today, I'll be covering our BRAVE project, which is the Business Resilient Assistant for the value-adding enterprises. We basically provide our grants to entities that are in economic challenged states and are having businesses that are paralyzed due to war zones or fragility of the state itself. On top of that, we have COVID-19, which is an unprecedented virus and epidemic that we have to also provide the right funding in order to keep those entities fighting and doing the businesses that they need to do. We grant matching assistance for the following sectors: agriculture business, fishery, healthcare, and textile. We provide training programs for those entities and give them grants in order for them to build up their business. We base our decision on 3 pillars: capacity building, where we provide the training above 500 firms. Number 2, business recovery support. And the third is strengthening chain resilient, helping 20 value chain-led firms. The project was implemented via local banks and ICD investee, such as Sabah Bank and other local banks. We expect the local banks to blend our funding with short-term financing to finance working capital of those entities. To date, we have successfully provided grants to 620 firms who have received our capacity building training and grants. Thank you very much, and I wish you a great discussion in this summit. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure and an honor to join you all today. And let me start by first thanking the African Development Bank and the Agence Française de Développement for gathering such an impressive group of leaders to collectively address one of the key challenges facing the world today. Make no mistake about it, the COVID-19 pandemic is hitting populations hard all across the world. And among those most affected are those living in fragile and vulnerable circumstances, often with little or no access to modern energy. Over the last 3 years, the IEA has been undertaking our Clean Energy Transitions Program, helping countries, emerging countries, developing countries around the world to help improve their sustainability, to improve their energy access, taking our data, taking our analysis, our real-world solutions, and implementing it on the ground with key partners throughout the world. And I want to thank AFD in particular for being one of the supporters of this Clean Energy Transitions Program. In 2019, we initiated a program of work in support of energy strategies for African countries, working closely with these countries to gauge what long-term climate resilience energy security, energy access, and economic growth entails. The continent's long-term economic and climate objectives, as encompassed in the African Union's Agenda 2063 vision, will require a major transformation in how energy is supplied and consumed across the entire region. In 2021, the IEA will take a deep dive in how to mobilize and align private finance at scale to support clean energy investments in developing economies amid the challenging circumstances brought by the pandemic. As the world strives to boost economic growth, crucial policy decisions will be made in the coming months and in the coming years. The IEA has been leading the calls for governments for many months now to make recovery as sustainable and resilient as it possibly can be, and to leave no one behind. The next few years could be seen as a definitive turning point for clean energy transitions, but only if we bring together a grand coalition of countries, companies, civil society, broader society at large to fully take advantage of this once-in-a-generation opportunity. Thank you again for having the IEA participate.
Thank you very much. Yes, this is a one-in-a-generation opportunity. Very strong, insightful, and inspiring messages. Let me follow up on Mr. Turf's statement. Coming back to you, Catherine, as you have a front row seat in this discussion. From your experience, what do you think are the obstacles that undermine private investment, especially in the context of fragile states? What are the lessons learned in this regard, and how can we work together to overcome obstacles and scale up the involvement of the private sector? And this time, I'm making it very hard. We only have 2 minutes.
I will be speedy. Thank you, Nafi. I think the reality is, unfortunately, there still are obstacles to investing in the humanitarian space. And I think one challenge is that traditionally humanitarian crises and issues were considered largely to be matters for the public and charitable sectors alone. And I think whilst this is right in many cases, I think it's increasingly accepted that products and services supporting humanitarian activity and resilience building can actually be monetized. And I think there's a growing acceptance that profits can be earned even for activities that are supporting the most vulnerable. I think the second real challenge relates to data availability. And this is an area where GIB Asset Management is absolutely focused on solving. Data on humanitarian and resilience issues is really very limited, and where it does exist, it's not specifically connected to investor needs. And I think this makes it very difficult for investors to identify and assess investable opportunities in this space. I think this isn't a new challenge in the world of investment. And we've got good experiences in the past. For instance, CDP is a great example of a success story where in 2000, around a large number of institutional investors signed a letter to encourage emissions disclosure through CDP. And indeed, as of this year, close to 10,000 companies, which is more than 50% of the global market cap, are actually disclosing on climate change through CDP's TCFD aligned platform. So I think it's a great example of what can happen. And what's transpired is that also this has really encouraged other investors to really crowd into the space. So through our work with a number of different actors in the humanitarian world, including ICRC, GIB Asset Management is trying to reach a similar data outcome and a similar success. And I think noted social data, which humanitarian resilience typically falls under, it's quite difficult to measure and report. However, as we've heard throughout this panel, COVID-19 is really changing this. And I think recent surveys suggest that there is an increase in the importance of really tracking and monitoring this data, which will lead to better disclosure. So lastly, in terms of lessons learned, I'd really like to stress the importance of partnerships. We keep hearing this word, partnerships between the private sector and the humanitarian and development actors. And such partnerships will play an absolutely critical role in sourcing the data required to help investors who are standing ready and willing to enter the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Investors are standing ready and willing, but we have a challenge of data availability. In the light of these valuable insights made by Catherine, I'd be interested to hear your view, starting with you, Dr. Kitoka. Again, I will crave your indulgence when we have 2 minutes. Based on JICA's engagements with public and private sector actors, could you please share with us your recommendation for building enabling environments to leverage a strong private investment pipeline for the benefit of the vulnerable communities? And what role, the question is twofold, what role can public humanitarian and development actors play? Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. JICA has been inviting many students from developing countries to Japan to study in various areas and with a good scholarship. And then it's more than 1,000 guys every year. And then we ask them to come back to your home country and to contribute to your country in government or in NGO or in business. For example, from Africa, we have a ABE Fellow, African Business Education Fellowship, by which we invite young African people to come to Japan. And then this is a combination of a 2-year master course plus internship in Japanese businesses. We expect that they can become the link between Japanese businesses and African businesses. But we are finding more and more guys are now setting up the businesses, starting the businesses in Africa, which is a very good way to stimulate the African economy. And also, we have a system of volunteer. JICA has been sending young volunteers more than 50 years in the past. And then they work in developing countries, mixing with the people over there. And then they come back to Japan after 2 years. Now we are finding many and more guys are now very much willing to come back to the developing countries, such as Africa, and then they are very much willing to start their businesses over there. This is another byproduct which we could not expect in the past. And finally, let me touch upon our issue of social bond. In 2019, we issued the first social bond, and then followed by our another bond on TICAD. TICAD bond was issued very successfully, and now we are preparing to issue a bond, the COVID-19 response social bond is coming very soon. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kitoka. And entrepreneurship is thriving in Africa. You've issued a number of social bonds. You're preparing more to come. You have a TICAD bond. To stay on that topic, I would like to turn to VP Khaled. As a continental bank, how is the bank leading the charge on that front?
Thank you, Nafi. Well, the African Development Bank is African Bank, and we are the only multilateral development bank with an exclusive focus on Africa, and we have always looked at the continent's development in its entirety. We strongly believe that only an integrated Africa is a resilient Africa and creates the basis for a prosperous Africa. So over the past decades, the development community has all too often tried to address Africa's problem one issue at a time. Fortunately, this has started to change, but I would argue that we still have a long way to go. We have to learn to work together within the development ecosystem and serve our clients more effectively. On the one hand, we still see a duplication of activities, and on the other, we see gaps in adopting best practices. We've come to realize that we also have to coordinate more closely with humanitarian and peace actors, as well as work in the same places at the same time towards a common objective. As I mentioned before, it's particularly critical for us to strengthen our partnerships with humanitarian actors that are working with remote and vulnerable communities to scale up our collective impact in this space and lay the foundation for a resilient and prosperous Africa. For this reason, we've created the Africa Resilience Forum at the African Development Bank, which brings together the various actors and takes advantage of the opportunities of the digital age to create a virtual collaboration platform that advances the resilience agenda in Africa. The The Africa Resilience Forum also raises awareness around the potential that new technologies have to overcome long-standing problems in fragile situations such as potable water and electricity. In addition, it creates a space to discuss the fiscal implications of increased security spending for these countries. In context, I would like to recall that COVID-19 has put significant pressures on budgets of countries and diverted scarce resources from long-term development investments toward short-term relief measures. At the same time, the need for security spending in these countries like the G5 Sahel is increasing, and we therefore have to explore innovative financing to meet basic funding needs. Lastly, but not least, let me express my appreciation for the recent initiative on humanitarian and resilience investing led by the World Economic Forum and the ICRC, and we are all looking forward to working collaboratively together in this context. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, VP. Only a integrated Africa is a resilient Africa. Now over to you, Mr. Peter Moret. What is your vision for future collaborations between humanitarian and development actors that can foster opportunities for private sector to start investing in human security? Again, 2 minutes there for your contribution.
I think the best vision is to start where we are and to build on positive experiences that we have in cooperation with the private sector and development agencies. But in order to happen, I think 6 things have to happen. First, we have to have a better understanding on when we are in substitution emergency mode and when we are able to go into self-reliance. Secondly, we need a more granular understanding on when we are in complementarity with each other, meaning that we basically remain in our comfort zone, and when we meet under new concepts like fragility, resilience, human security, as Shinichi has mentioned before. Thirdly, I think we need to establish for these common places interoperabilities which lead to a pipeline of projects which are investable and which demonstrate proof of concept. I think fourthly, and Catherine has alluded to quite extensively, we need institutional readiness to occupy that space in between our traditional mandate. I would add only to what Catherine had said, we need flexibilities in our mandated tools in order to be able to meet other partners, be it development agency or the private sector, on the other side of the equation. And fifthly, we need a granular understanding that there is a space between grants and credits in terms of financial tools, which we have to be able to occupy. This is an unfurnished space, and still we need to understand better what are the options for financing that we have. And sixthly, and at the core of everything, I think we can only have a success in the future if we finally agree between governments, between the private sector and executing agencies of projects and programs in the field on a risk sharing, risk transfer, and risk mitigation arrangements that are at the bottom or at the top of all cooperation arrangements that we may be able to find in the future.
Thank you so much, President Moret. As you said, we need to move out of our comfort zone and into unfurnished spaces. We heard you loud and clear, that call to action. Now I'd like to bring in another speaker who will be addressing us again via video message. It's Mr. Akim Steiner, Administrator of the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to join the Finance in Commons Summit. It is a unique occasion to gather the world's 450 public development banks, or PDBs, to discuss their role, their ambition, and the challenge now before them. PDBs have a pivotal role to play in helping countries to tackle the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly in fragile settings. Indeed, UN Relief Chief Mark Lowcock has warned that the indirect economic and health effects of the pandemic in fragile countries will be higher: poverty, lower life expectancy, more starvation, less education. And the risks of conflict, instability, insecurity, violence, and population displacement are now rising. We can prevent this. We must work even more closely together across the humanitarian development peace nexus to provide life-saving solutions while addressing the root causes of crisis, aiming at building sustainable peace and resilience. PDBs can make the difference in fragile settings by providing additional multi-year financing for development initiatives that both support local and national institutions and create the basis for longer-term inclusive economic recovery. The UN system, with its extensive field presence and networks, are key allies for PDBs that want to scale up their support in these vital areas. So please allow me to highlight just 3 concrete examples of how the United Nations Development Programme currently partners with international financial institutions to work across the nexus. In particular, our work to strengthen social cohesion and service delivery at the community level. In Iraq, we are collaborating with Germany's KfW Bank to set the conditions for the return of IDPs to newly liberated areas through the rebuilding of infrastructure, the provision of vocational training, and support to SMEs. In Yemen, where 4 out of 5 people depend on humanitarian or protection assistance, UNDP is working with the World Bank and our UN partners to protect basic services like water systems and education. We're also helping state institutions to function. In the Sahel region, we work with the Japan International Cooperation Agency to strengthen human security and the rule of law in remote cross-border areas. And we are teaming up with the African Development Bank to support institution building to foster stability in the Lake Chad Basin. Indeed, as the technical lead in the UN's socioeconomic response to COVID-19, UNDP is partnering with IFIs such as the World Bank, the IMF, the African Development Bank to produce joint assessments and recovery plans, and to help direct funding where it is now needed most. UNDP is also working with the European Union, the IMF, and other UN agencies and partners to support 58 countries to prepare integrated national financing frameworks to ensure that the financing for the recovery is aligned with sustainable development. Therefore, I'm pleased that the summit declaration refers to the new G7 UNDP OECD Sustainable Finance Framework. It calls for the alignment of all public and private investments with the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement. This increased level of commitment is crucial to help fragile countries to build forward better. And the rapid development of areas like digital finance makes me hopeful that we can channel finance much faster to support the most vulnerable. On the ground in 170 countries, UNDP wants to work even more closely with public development banks to help break the deadly cycle of conflict and humanitarian crisis, and to foster the stability and resilience that is needed so that everyone can realize the opportunities that they deserve. Now is the time to invest in people's futures. Please join us in writing this next chapter for people and planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, time is not on our side, and I'm seeing a lot of traction and questions in the chat box. I'll start with the first 2 questions. On the UN guiding principles, now having published a report on conflict-affected and fragile context, what do you see as the main challenge for entering post-conflict context? The main challenge for entering post-conflict challenge. And I have a second question. What are the paths to get a good collaboration between communities and investors? Over to you, panelists, and you can come in whichever order you would like to come in.
Well, thank you very much. I think the key thing to remember that when it comes to private sector investment across the African continent, we are dealing with 55 countries, 54 of our regional member countries in the African continent. Of those 54 countries, about 28 of those countries, people live off less than $2 a day. Labor is a derived demand, derived from the demand for goods and services. So if people live off less than $2 a day, they're living hand to mouth. And as a result, especially in fragile communities where people live off less than $1 a day, if they don't have disposable income, they don't have consumption. And if they don't have consumption, there's no signal to the private sector to invest. And in turn, there is no demand for labor. So unless we can find a platform to create wealth, developing the private sector, especially in fragile communities, especially in fragile countries in more rural areas, you will not get a jump start on the development, and definitely it's not a jump start with the private sector as a conduit. So our strategy has to be continually to create wealth across communities. To do so, value chains is the approach that the African Development Bank and our partners are taking to make sure that we can develop platforms from which, for example, people can own means of capital like land, can develop an entrepreneurial vision, and that is the way forward for addressing the kinds of issues that we're seeing in terms of hampering the private sector on the ground. Back.
Thank you, Khaled. Yes, you may, President Moro. Go ahead.
Just very briefly on the specificity of conflict and war-torn situation in which we are often operating. I think two things come to mind on the specific challenges. One is, of course, whether we are able or not to engage with the different armed actors in contexts to at least establish some minimal security for the kind of work that we are doing. I think without minimal security arrangements with all sides in a conflict, it is very different to go down the pathway which we have described. Second, in order to have these minimal arrangements, our experience is that the biggest challenge is really to get community support, because most of the time when community leadership, even in the most difficult situation, is supporting a pathway to go, we are on a good and safe way to be able to test out and to engage in more than just emergency activity. And thirdly, I just wanted to emphasize once again, security and risk arrangements between all partners in new forms of cooperation is absolutely essential. These are risky places in which we will not have security of capital returns in any time soon. We may have capital returns, but it is not insured. And so having those risk arrangements, which is different from any other more better governed context, is of critical importance in war-torn society, but not impossible to get it.
Great, thank you so much for wonderful remarks yet again. Catherine, I have a question for you. Do investors, it comes from the chat box, do investors have everything they need to be effective in the field? I know you highlighted the challenges of data availability. Anything else that private investors need to reinforce their engagement in fragile countries?
Clearly there are many different factors, but I think that by far and away the most important one is data, because investors typically like to make decisions on the basis of what they see sitting in front of them. And we also heard during the course of this session that it's important to have an ability to have sort of risk sharing, risk transfer. And I think that, in order to crowd in a wider group of investors, perhaps than has historically been the case into this whole area, we need to see greater clarity on some of those things. I think, the great thing is that, we are getting better at assessing elements of data that will help people make those decisions. And I think that, there are a number of data platforms. There are clearly standard setters. This is an area of extreme focus. And I think, in many ways, it's ironic that it's taken a global pandemic for us all to realize that if we actually only focus our attention and work together, we can actually do something really meaningful. And to the whole theme of the summit today, finance in common, this is absolutely true. So if we can work to establish the data, find the projects that need the money, crowd in the right investors, and also ensure that they have a long enough time frame. I mean, these are not quick fixes, right? This is going to take a long time. We need these long-term partnerships. Then I'm really hopeful for the future.
All right, thank you. What a positive note. It's true that COVID-19 has been a big eye-opener. I have a question for you, Dr. Kitaoka, still coming from the chat box. Now that Japan has announced that it would be carbon-free, carbon-neutral by 2050, will JICA align its development funding strategies to climate action goals?
Well, certainly, actually, we have been willing to be more active in this area. But we have to, as a government organization, we cannot go beyond the policy of the government. And then, frankly speaking, I think that there are some developing countries, and then which needs energy immediately. Then, in other sense, they have a right to development more than Japan, for example, more than developed countries. Therefore, we have a more obligation to go more actively to carbon neutrality. And then, but still, our policy will definitely influence to our policy to those countries. Therefore, we will not support the plans to the countries which do not have a plan to the carbon neutrality, or they have to have a set of plans to against the global warming. Then, in some cases, we may support, we may continue with some projects, but we will try to refrain from supporting it actively.
All right, that's exceptionally clear, Dr. Kitaoka. I've been called an effective time cop, and because I want to be on the safe side, I'll now bring in VP Khaled to pull the strands together and share the key takeaways from this wonderful session, which has generated a lot of comments and questions from the audience. Dr. VP Khaled, over to you.
Thank you. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank all the panelists for sharing their insights during this conversation. While we approach the topic differently and in line with the mandates and business models of our respective institutions, one of the things I'm glad to notice that we all share the same enthusiasm to work together more effectively and be open to innovation. So this spirit is more important than ever. It is estimated that around 30 million jobs could be lost to the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, whereas the total number of people living in extreme poverty could increase to more than 450 million. This could potentially destabilize countries and regions, and it is therefore essential that we work together as the development community with the national authorities and promote solutions at the community level, as we discussed, and create wealth. And this is, again, the real deal breaker for fragile states in particular. So as our panelists have said, today more than ever, we all believe that we need a paradigm shift that focuses on the catalytic role of local communities and stimulates local consumption, which will act as a signal to the private sector to invest and thereby create demand for jobs, particularly for our youth, our women on the continent, and in the poor communities. This requires focusing on regional domestic value chains that identify and take advantage of the comparative advantage of each country, be it labor, land, or natural resources. This will allow small-scale farmers and entrepreneurs in rural communities to take advantage of new economic opportunities and pool their resources together to obtain greater incomes, create wealth, and break free from the poverty trap. So to close, in aggregate, I think all of us agree that we need an approach that will reverse the trend of a declining economy for Africa because of the pandemic. We need to see a continent where we don't just see GDP growth, we see growth in GDP per capita. And it is that growth in GDP per capita that will create the basis for a resilient and prosperous Africa. Back to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, VP Khaled. I would like to thank our remarkable panel of experts for joining and sharing invaluable insight on human security in fragile settings. There's a the general consensus on the need for greater collaboration and a shared enthusiasm, as you said, Vivian. It's good to have these conversations to help move the needle on the fragility agenda. Thank you to a wonderful audience. Thank you to the participants who joined. We appreciate your time, your commitment for being with us today. That's all we have time for. And from me in Abidjan, it's a goodbye. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us today. I am Laurent Zilberberg, Chairman of the European Long-Term Investors Association. LT gathers European public banks and financial institutions. Our members are at the forefront of the European economy with partners like European Investment Bank for tackling the current crisis and preparing a strong and sustainable recovery. We all know that we are facing an unprecedented crisis. Our economies have been stopped for months for health reasons. Global warming has reached an extraordinary worrying level, and cooperation at international level has to tackle multiple challenges. For all those reasons and many others, we need to focus on how could we reconcile economic recovery and responsible investments. Almost everywhere in the world, at different geographical levels, continent, countries, regions, etc., public banks and financial public institutions exist. In the last period, places as different as Scotland, Burkina Faso, or Ivory Coast have set up their own development bank or Caisse de dépôt. Their key role is to exercise a leverage effect on economies. Against this background, the blind spot of equity is more and more under the sunlight. Now the question is, how could we mobilize public equity for finance recovery and responsible investment? To debate this question, we have a fantastic panel today. Odile Renaud-Bassot, she was just appointed chairperson of EBRD less than a month ago. Previously, she was Director General for the French Treasury and a chair of the Paris Club. Prior to that, she used to have numerous positions at French and European level. Giovanni Gorno Tempini, Chairman of Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, an institution that he does know because he was also some years ago CEO of CDP. Professor at Bocconi University, Giovanni was also chairman of the Italian Strategic Fund between 2011 and 2015. Hamid Tofiki is the CEO of CDG Capital, subsidiary of CDG Group from Morocco. Hamid was the chairman of Casablanca Stock Exchange and worked several years in the private banking sector in Europe, Asia, and Middle East. The last panelist is Eric Lombard, CEO of the French Caisse de dépôt et consignation Group. Eric has a private background as he was the CEO of two major insurance companies in France, Cardiff, part of BNPP Group, and Generali France. I must add that Eric has also worked for the public sector some years ago when he served as political advisor of the French finance minister. Before giving the floor to the panelists, I propose to watch a video from Mrs. Dolika Bamba, Global Ambassador to the Global Steering Group on Impact Investing. Dolika, now independent consultant, has held various positions in public and private institutions, especially at international level.
My name is Dolika Banda. Striving for a better, more inclusive world for all is what I wake up to do every day. I am an alumni of the IFC at the World Bank Group, and I also serve as non-executive director of the CDC Group. More recently, I joined the Global Steering Group on Impact Investment, or GSG, where I also serve as its Global Ambassador for Women. GSG advocates that we must urgently put social and environmental impact at the heart of our economies, and that such impact must be mandated by legislation accompanied by regulated, transparent reporting. This summit is focused on discussing the challenges that face us as a global community, challenges that have been on our agenda pre-COVID. COVID merely amplified the fault lines in our global ecosystem. As French President Emmanuel Macron said in his launch of the Finance in Common Summit, it is unfortunate that the crisis comes also at a time when multilateralism and international cooperation are being profoundly challenged. 2020, in my view, is the culmination of the confluence of three interwoven ills that, if not addressed, could worsen global political fragility issues which we have been grappling with for some time. I posit that we are called to action on three imperatives: the economic imperative, the social and inclusion imperative, and thirdly, the climate imperative. In the language of football, we are now in the finals. It is do or die. We have done the qualifiers. We are through the quarter and semifinals. We know what is working. We know what is not working. We know the threat and we know the opportunity. It is time for action before societies implode as we watch from the boxes. The pandemic has brought to the fore our global integratedness and the cross-responsibilities that this entails. No society, no country is insulated from the ills of another. The economic prosperity and social gains of the last 20 years are now under threat. The solution is necessarily multi-pronged. We must look at the drivers of upward mobility and the underpinnings of building resilience in our societies. These include education, health, and economic development. Delivering on these public goods through private sector financial engines of growth require action from the financial sector and the capital market systems. But private sector alone cannot contribute optimally unless the public sector is collaborative and delivers on the ease of doing business. And here, let me state that our development banks have never been put to the test of justifying their existence as they will be at this juncture. In the words of Gilbert Humbo, president of IFAD, public development banks have a key role to change, to build a better world and just societies. I know from experience that the PDBs or DFIs, whatever you title them, have convening power and galvanizing license because they straddle both public and private interests. We have seen how they transformed and delivered on the agendas of microfinance over 20 years ago, on SMEs, and now more recently on green finance, turning these from specialized to ubiquitous asset classes in banking and capital markets. Financial markets where debt is needed, but equity and long-term patient risk capital tools will be so much more impactful. This year, the GSG signed a leaders' declaration to drive actions in 8 areas that will accelerate the flow of local and international capital resources to achieve just and sustainable investments. But neither GSG, nor the public, nor the private sectors alone in silos can achieve the optimal outcome. We have a global situation that needs a focused global partnership. I am excited that this will be a summit where deliberations are the means to an end. And that end is a clear, outcomes-focused commitment to action for a better world for all.
Thank you. Eric, you sponsored this session as CEO of the Caisse de dépôt, French Caisse de dépôt. And my first question will be for you. We know that there are so much liquidities everywhere, that debt is the most common tool of all public authorities, but you strongly advocate for developing public equity. Why such a strong position? Is it a tool to conciliate emergency measures and long-term investment?
Yes, thank you, Laurent. I would first say that this summit is a good news, and share with you my pleasure to be jointly with 453 public development banks of the world to work together for more sustainable and more inclusive development. And I believe that the fact that this summit takes place is a good news. To come back to your question, yes, liquidity is very abundant in the world of today. What is scarce is equity. And why is the providing of equity to businesses, associations, absolutely key? Is that, in a nutshell, the current sanitary crisis can be translated into a very large destruction of equity. Why? Because this crisis means that there is a fall of GDP, meaning a fall of turnover for companies and associations. And also, in most companies, margins are shrinking. And this double effect, fall in turnover, fall in margin, translates directly in the fall of results, of net income. And for many companies, either they cannot build the equity that will allow them to invest going forward, or it will even destroy part of their equity. And the numbers are huge, and of course of macroeconomic effect. In France, we have estimated at Caisse des Dépôts that this destruction of equity ranges between 50 and 100 billion euros. And today, as you rightly said, Laurent, what is scarce is equity. Why is equity scarce? In my view, for an economic problem which has been covered but not solved, which is the cost of equity. 20 years ago, we used to say that the cost of equity was a non-risk long-term rate plus a margin for risk. And because there was high inflation at the time, investors were looking at a double-digit return on equity. But now, interest rates fell to zero or are even negative in many places in the world, but the level of profitability asked by investors is still so high. It's no more double-digit, but still it is around 8 to 10% in many instances, which is way too high. And that is explaining why there are not enough investment, too much unemployment, not enough inclusive economy, which our countries desperately need. In order to cope with that difficulty, of course, we can mobilize what we do, private investors, but again, with the cost of their equity, it doesn't solve the problem. So we need a public development bank and state, when they can, to invest directly in equity with the cost of their equity, meaning with a yield that they want to generate from this investment much lower than what the private investors are looking for. And it is only by doing that we can cope with the long-term effect of this crisis and allow the private sector and also the associations or the public sector when it is companies or that type of actors to rebuild capacity to invest and to develop and to hire and to train people. And to conclude, just to give you an example of what we try to do at the French Caisse des Dépôts to help the public authorities to cope with the crisis, we have mobilized 26 billion euros, which is 50% of our own equity basis, in order to support investment in climate transition, housing, support of companies, and also support of fight against social inequalities. Because we believe that is what is urgent, to inject equity in the economy. As you said, debt is abundant, and the advantage of equity is that it stays in the balance sheet of the entities that receive the equity, and that has to be repaid. Maybe not for the government, or not right now, but for the companies in the medium to long term. So that is why equity is certainly part of the solution. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Eric, and we understand very well that you underline the importance of having a new balance between equity and debt, and also to take that into account in the balance sheet for the future. So now I'm turning to Hamid. You have a very diverse experience. And do you think that there is a similar need for equity in growing economies and especially in middle-income countries?
Thank you, Laurent, and thank you to the organizer for giving me the opportunity to be part of this important discussion. To answer your question, Laurent, if you allow me, I will just set the scene by saying, in fact, what a great economist once said, I think, a couple of months ago: the fate of the global economy does not depend on what the virus induces, but on how we choose to react. And this is true. This is true for large and developed economy and developing economy. And it's even more true when we realize that moving from the first emergency phases onto the next is not simply a matter of tweaking the medicine. It is for some countries a major serious surgery. Governments are now starting to think about the longer terms and how the structure of their economies to evolve post-crisis. So all have an objective, have a dream recovery that is green, resilient, fair, and digital. But we have to deal with the dilemma between short-term and long-term, being involved and being committed, dealing with the liquidity and tackling the solvency and aiming to reach the sustainability of the activity. Morocco, as a medium-income country, is certainly no exception to that. The Moroccan economy will have to deal with numerous issues. I can just mention a few of them. The limitation of the public health sector, it's the common denominator of all countries. The precarity of large portion of the population. The reliance on global supply chain. The unemployment of youth. The drought, the education, etc. Like many other governments who are currently rethinking their role in the economy, Morocco will have to imagine a new distribution of role between the public and private sector to better tackle all the obstacles ahead. One of the main challenges facing the Moroccan economy is to preserve the productive capacity of Moroccan companies, and in particular the ability to produce jobs and exports. Together with the investment in the education, health, tourism, and agriculture, we see that all these initiatives will need a lot of funds, not only public funds, but also private to get off the ground. We need to blend all these type of funding in order to be able to achieve the objective. Many countries rush to keep company afloat, mostly by providing guaranteed loan, as it was said. Unfortunately, these type of large-scale public guarantee schemes happen not to be enough to keep company solvent. Therefore, public equity is important, as you said, at this very moment. And here again, Morocco, and I guess all medium-income countries are no exception. First, because we believe that injecting, in fact, public funding in the form of equity in the key area of the economy will bring a series of key benefits that the productive sector in Morocco is crucially in need of. King Mohammed VI announced in his speech on October 9th a stimulus package of 11 billion euro, which represents 12% of GDP, of which 7 billion euro in the format of state guarantee credit debt, and 4 billion euro earmarked for a newly created strategic investment fund called the Mohammed VI Fund for Investment. This strategic fund aims at ensuring the financing of PPP projects that are key for Morocco development, and the strengthening of capital and own fund of companies to help them in their development. The scope of intervention focus on industrial restructuring, innovation, small and medium-sized enterprise, infrastructure, agriculture, and tourism. But on the other hand, we are all aware that equity can be more distortionary than other type of aid. The risk to getting out of the crisis with only the most subsidized company left standing, having kind of zombie firms, if you wish, need to be avoided. So this is one thing which is we're all aware, and we have in this exercise, keep this in mind. Only financially viable firms should receive solvency support with viability assessed considering both the past and the future. We all know that the crisis will alter consumer preference and production systems. Public resources must focus on firms with business models that are expected to be viable in the post-crisis economy. State intervention should support broader social goals, like sustainable goals, from climate change to social cohesion. And to conclude, just to say, with regard to my institution, Caisse de Dépôt, as you are aware, we are the first institutional investor, in fact, in terms of equity and debt in Morocco, with a long-term focus on sustainable development. We have, in fact, in our DNA, the sustainable development is something which is embedded in it. We, thanks to our dual anchoring in the public and in private sector, in the technical engineering, financial engineering, in debt financing and equity financing, in the local fabric and international market, we, CDG, we intend, in fact, to have a structuring contribution to the national safeguarding and the recovery efforts. We already deployed several equity funds to invest in own resources of the Caisse de Dépôt, around 400 million for the next 5 years, and working on mobilizing internal resource and international resource from private sector and private investor. So we will use all our expertise, our resource to accompany, in fact, the economy in this recovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hamid. Now, Giovanni, as a current chairman and former CEO, CDP has no secret for you. You are a major lender in Italy, and in the same time, a very powerful shareholder and investor. In both cases, you act as a public actor, and I would be interested to know whether or not you follow different guidelines when you act as a lender or an investor, when it comes, for example, for the Sustainable Development Goals. Giovanni.
Thank you, Laurent, and good day to everyone and to all the community that is joining us. First of all, let me congratulate you as organizer of this very successful launch of the Financing Common Summit, and let me also thank you for the opportunity to participate in this very interesting panel. Let me start to answer your question by looking first at the broader picture at the core of our discussion. Since the onset of the crisis, governments have obviously stepped in very significantly to support the economy. And I would say now more than ever, public investors such as GDP have been at the core of this response in a way that is old and new at the same time, because public development banks have always intervened at time of crisis, but every time with a new approach depending on the special need and the special We are working, obviously, very closely with the government, and we are acting in a key role to support the Italian economy. How? The typical reaction at times of crisis is liquidity and access to credit. But increasingly, and I would say specifically in this specific crisis, it is also a matter of risk capital. We have made available important parts of direct and indirect extraordinary liquidity. We have guaranteed coverage and guarantees for export and internationalization. But at the same time, we are starting to work on the risk capital, as I mentioned. And let me just say that we are in the process in these days to work with the Italian Ministry and Economy, with the Italian Ministry of Economy and Finance for a specific equity initiative for SMEs. And at the same time, we are acting as technical advisor to the government for the implementation of the next generation EU fund. But to go back to the core of your question, while massive liquidity has been deployed by fiscal and monetary policy that has been necessary to absorb the shock of the pandemic in order to ensure financial support, in particular to affected sectors, there is an obvious consideration that regards a medium long-term view of the need of economy. And in order to jumpstart economic activity, it's obvious that we need to restore trust and confidence within the business community. So we need to support in investments that can guarantee the country's future competitiveness and sustainable growth. And it is in this context that we are making more and more a stronger use of the equity lever. In other words, it is not just about handing out money, but it is also about convincing entrepreneurs that it is time to take the opportunity to invest again in their companies. And let me add here that for those that believe that exiting the crisis in the same way as we were before will be a big danger, because we are different. We are different in terms of digital and technology matters. We are different in terms of marketing effort. We are different in terms of the, let me say, skills and competences that we required in order to be competitive in a new post-COVID world. So for GDP is not only the quantity of money that we invest in equity, but also the quality that has to do with the governance, the role that we try to play as a patient and long-term shareholder. And as such, we look to develop not only key infrastructure that are obviously critical for the long-term productivity of our country, but also we look to foster investment in R&D, in innovative projects, to support the growth of companies and the development, as I said, of disruptive technology. It is therefore a combination of equity and debt that we use, obviously with a different touch in terms of what we can do on an active basis once we lend. And as you know, Laurent, once you lend, it is obviously more of a role of observing, while on the equity side is more on the side of participating. and I will comment shortly on what it means for us to participate. In terms of equity financing, as I said, we play a key role. CDP is the most important strategic investor in Italian corporates, with holdings worth more than 20 billion and with a participation of around 5% in our equity market. Today, we are active as main investor in a range of ways, indirectly and directly, from venture capital to infrastructure, from private equity to real estate, as we heard in the case of CDC, for example, in sustainable social housing of new generation. So urban development and investing, for example, in education. We have a number of vehicles that are focused on SMEs and venture capital, but also we have instruments that look at mid to large corporates and also instruments dedicated to turnaround stories. Let me say here that all these initiatives are coherent with our nature, ours as for, I would say, national development banks in general, nature of being a market unit. Let us remind that we operate with public equity on our balance sheet, but with private resources on the side of our liability. So it is of key importance for us not trying to replace market, but to work with it. And in particular, in these times, as I said, as we try to foster a jumpstart of our economies, every euro that we put at work must have the highest possible multiplier in terms of private euro that will work alongside ours. So to conclude and come to your point about our approach and sustainability, we perform our role as lender and shareholder at the service of providing sustainable development. So we look at projects where we finance and investment where we invest equity capital with the same focus. Our business plan has been reinforcing our commitment to sustainable and development goals of the 2030 UN agenda, and by our decision to integrate ESG criteria across our entire operations, and also to elevate, let me say, sustainability as a strategic and operational principle across the board. In this light, CASA has developed a methodology to assess both its prospective loans and its prospective investments in terms of their positive contribution to sustainable development. In respect to loans, our sustainable development assessment model measures the alignment with 17 objectives of the 2030 agenda, also taking into consideration each project ESG impacts, where in terms of our investment, traditional economic and financial evaluations are supplemented with specific ESG due diligence analysis. On top, in terms of our sustainability reporting, because not only you have to do it, but you also need to commit to communicate what you are doing in that regard. CDP has developed a methodology which allows it to map the finding provided by us to potential contribution to each individual SDG and to adopt new and more challenging targets. It is for us absolutely crucial that all national promotional institutions and development banks continue to contribute to the 2030 agenda And I hope that I have demonstrated through my short speech that we take in CDP this commitment very seriously. Thank you, Laurent.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. For concluding this round of questions, I'm turning to Odile. Multilateral institutions are mostly lenders and can be seen as somehow shy when it comes to equity. And if you agree with that, but maybe you don't, do you think that the crisis is a turning point and we could see in the near future a different approach on the equity issue? And if you may, I would also add one question for you. With your national and international experience, do you think that the international institutions have a special role for implementing sustainable development goals? And I have one challenge for you, Odile, which is to do it in a very short time if we want to answer some of the questions we already received.
Thank you very much, Laurent. It's a pleasure to be here with you today in this Finance in Common Summit. And I will try to address your answer, your question straightforward. And I'm not sure I would agree with the qualification of shy for the intervention of MDBs, and in particular the EBRD, which I represent today, and which is, have a strong focus on the private sector, and which has been very strongly involved in equity financing for years. Basically, we are the strongest equity investor in the countries of operation in our regions, and our investment in equity represents a total of 13 billion euros in over 700 companies, and we are doing both direct equity in company but also investments through private equity funds in our countries of operation. And to jumpstart out to the last part of your question, which is the relation with the SDG, indeed, I think that this kind of investment in private equity from the MDBs has a direct impact for the SDG. In our case, when investing in equity, we always assess the impact on the transition of the investment that we are doing, and we are working with shareholders and managers to ensure that we are delivering on the goal of transition, which is supporting the transformation of the countries and the economies in which we intervene. One of the big strengths of our investment, and I know it's the same with Caisse des Dépôts, for example, is that we are long-term investors with a longer-term horizon than the traditional 7 to 10 years investment equity investors are looking for, but we are able to sell longer and to accompany the development of companies. And we also invest a lot in local currency, in project or companies which has revenues in local currency. Now, to turn back a little bit on what has been widely discussed by previous intervention, which is the impact of the pandemic crisis on the way we act and the possible impact on equity investment. To be very frank, and it was mentioned by all previous speakers, in the very beginning of the crisis, we all focused on short-term liquidity support and provide an answer to the companies to support business continuity, liquidity management, and help them in dealing with market developments. We encourage the institution we are working with to preserve capital so as to be very restrained on dividend payments this year. But now so this was really the first phase of the crisis. I think now we are moving towards longer-term concerns and shifting from immediate crisis containment to longer-term planning. And companies have started to look at their equity capital raising needs. And we are playing an important role in IPO and secondary public offerings, a role that has been very often critical in making possible these kind of deals. Transactions were often the first in a given country after a long hiatus, so our intervention was very determinant in terms of facilitating the transaction and making it possible. In a way, we are opening up equity market, capital market at a time where appetite for emerging market risk in general is weakening, has weakened considerably. And our example encourage others to follow our investment with investment of their own. So I think that's a very important leading by example or qualitative contribution that we can make at the current juncture, where we all understand that we need to move more towards equity. There is another dimension that I wanted to mention today in our panel, because we've published yesterday our transition report, which focus very strongly on, which is, the title is The State Strikes Back, and it focuses very much on the role government and state ownership can have on companies, because we know that this is an important issue in a number of countries of operation. You know that we intervene a lot in post-communist countries, where you have a strong expectation from citizens, for example, to see the state getting back in the economy. 45% of people living in post-communist economies of our region are in favor of higher level of state intervention. But there is also a more contextual element, which is the fact that with the crisis, with the difficulties faced by a number of companies, it's very likely that government comes to the rescue of distressed firms by taking equity stakes to them. And this, what we look into, and I think what is very important in the coming future, as mentioned by Giovanni in particular, is the fact that this needs to be supported by very sound governance. And this is an area of very strong focus from our side, because we are intervening in countries where governance is not so strong sometimes, and we need to be sure to make sure that this doesn't have a long-term negative impact on the economy in terms of productivity, research, and efficiency. Indeed, for example, in the country we intervene, in many countries we intervene, the government entities in charge of monitoring participation, equity stakes in companies, is the same than the one which is in charge of the regulation of the sector. So this brings de facto a very entrenched conflict of interest in the management of the companies. Very few countries have rules to limit the preferential statement state-owned entities can receive, either by soft, budgetary support, subsidies, concessionary financing, or subsidized inputs such as energy. So these bring very important issues that we need to carefully monitor at a time where the probability and the likelihood of the willingness for the state to intervene at a higher level in a number of companies is important, and that's very important in the long term to support economic growth, productivity, innovation, and so forth. So there is maybe a trade-off short term and long term, but we need to care about the long term. And to conclude, just let me come back to your last point in your question, which was the SDGs, to really underline that I think that MDBs, so Multilateral Development Bank, and in particular EBRD, when intervening in equity, are very much focused on the impact on SDG. What we look at in EBRD is to look at transition qualities, such as green, inclusiveness, quality of governance, integration, and resilience of the economy. And if you reach all these objectives, you are making huge progress towards the SDG. So I think the framework is fully consistent with the long-term objective, the objective of the SDGs. And I think that's our approach, but this is an approach which is widely shared by the MDBs. I will stop here because I think that we are running short of time, but thank you for your attention now.
Thank you very much, Odile. And we will now watch a short video from Dr. Dabouba Diagne, who is the Vice President of ECOWAS Bank, and then we will have a very short round of questions and answers.
Please allow me first to thank the Agence Française de Développement for the amazing job that they are doing in the region. Not only they are helping Africa, but they also recently gave us $50 million funding line to support the small and medium-sized enterprises in Africa And by organizing this event and inviting, let's say, the World Federation of Development Finance Institutions, I think that it creates a great platform, and we are very grateful for what AFD is doing. Thank you. The ECOWAS region is a very hungry region in terms of investment. There are quite a good number of very good projects, but sometimes struggling with, sponsor/equity money to do the feasibility studies and to mobilize the 20-30% equity required in order to, kick off, to trigger the senior debt. Reason why a bank like us, we are very, on beyond just playing the senior debt, provider. We also provide, we have 12, as we speak, we have 12 investment where we have provided equity, and our total equity investment portfolio exceeded today $40 million. It just tells you, and across 12, in equity investment, it just tells you that we are very active in supporting also the equity investment in the region. I always say that there is a saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I strongly believe that EBID co-financing, whether it is equity or debt, and bringing to a network of the World Federation of Development Finance Institutions could help to bring, knowledge gap, sharing geographic and regional expertise, but also, product expertise. You could have the best project when you couple it with a bad sponsor, you may end up having a bad project. The fact that EBIT is a regional, fully local, fully regional, is bringing could bring expertise, market knowledge, and also financial muscles, and all these things. If we leverage it with our co-lending partners or co-financing partner from an equity point of view, it just brings a lot of good things into the project. More and more we see what I will call large ticket deals in the region. Whenever a transaction exceeds $300 million, it's very difficult to do it alone. And belonging to the World Federation of Development Finance Institutions create syndication opportunities, create clubbing opportunities. And usually when, let's say, EBIT, build co-lend with big boys like KfW, with big boys like World Bank, big boys like African Development Bank. Besides the fact that we are just clubbing money, but we club expertise, we share knowledge, and all these things is uplifting, let's say, the financing capabilities of development and finance institutions like us. Creating this network of World Federation of Development Finance Institutions is a fantastic, platform. From an African banking regional DFI point of view, we are asking for more concessional finance or semi-concessional finance, because the demand in Africa to finance healthcare, energy, manufacturing, infrastructure is so huge. We are really asking for our big partners, World Bank, KfW, Agence Française de Développement, or the big Exim Bank to help African regional DFI with semi-concessional money in order to be able to blend, because I know that now the game of DFI is blend financing. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are running really short of time, but I would like to ask you all in 1 minute to answer to a very simple question, which is, do you think that equity funding is more efficient for having a role for the transition economy to sort out from fossil fuel and fossil energies? And is it financing also for having a just transition for workers and communities? This is a kind of question that I'll try to summarize in the question we received. So, Giovanni, in 1 minute.
Less than 1 minute. I think that the two components that you described are complementary one to each other. If I understand correctly your question, we cannot rely only on debt. Economies will continue to work on the basis of long-term financial sustainability, and therefore a discipline in terms of equity versus leverage. And as such, equity being by definition the longest potential possible financing tool, as there is no maturity, is the most precious part. We must be, as development banks, supporter of the equity instruments, at the same time realizing at the service of our long-term goals of our communities that we need to do so with the idea that we are not generalist, that we are not specialists, in knowing all the sectors in which to invest, and therefore cooperation with the private sector and wise use of governance.
Thank you, Giovanni. Eric.
Yes, well, it's a good question, because we know it's an absolute necessity for the planet and for the people to have an economy where we make two strong priorities, the ecologic and energy transition, because otherwise it will not be possible anymore to live on our planet, which of course is an issue. And second, to make sure that everyone on the planet, on Earth, is benefiting from economic development. And for that, for me, the question is not that much, as I tried to say in my starting point, the question of whether we finance by equity, by leveraging taxes or debt, is how do we align the long-term interest of everyone on Earth with the short-term interest of equity holders. Of course, when the equity holders is a state development bank, that makes things easy because they are aligned by definition. I think the main objective we have to look for is how to align the interest of the private investors to those type of goals, and it goes through probably also a pressure from the public opinion and from the government. But I think that's a big issue which is ahead of us.
Thank you. Odile?
I think a little, as Giovanni said, that we need both. I mean, to finance the green transition and to really deliver on the commitment we have taken a lot. I mean, in the Paris Agreement and so forth, we have to use both because the amount of resources are huge. So we need to use in a clever manner both equity and loan. I think we also have to work a lot on mixed instrument, risk-sharing instrument, which where some public entities are ready to take more risks than private investor, and so structured product seems to me an avenue we need to develop to support the green transition. And the last point I wanted to make is that I think that if we want, as Eric was mentioning, to align the objective and between the investors, the private sector, and the public commitment and so forth, we also need to review and to make progress on transparency, reporting, and all these elements related to what the financial institution and the savers and so forth are doing in terms of allocation of resources. I think that's a very important complementary step in order to reach the overall goals that we are looking for.
Thank you. Hamid?
Yeah. As I said, CDG, we have the sustainable development embedded in our DNA. In fact, we, like Jordan, we were doing it without knowing it before. And now I think we are putting more and more emphasis on this, and to all our capability in giving, in investing in debt or in equity, this will be more and more visible, in fact, in the way we interact with our the client, the project leader, because we believe that in fact in scaling up effective sustainable development financing in operation for, as you know, that in emerging is market, the adaptation subject is key. So we believe, as mentioned, that we have to improve in the way we structure project. We need to unleash also innovation in the way we structure these type of projects in order to unlock private investment. This is a strong conviction for us, and I think as we are hybrid, as I said, we during for the last 60 years used to work with the private sector and the public sector. It is really important that we combine and blend the type of fund. But this in mind, our role is really to make sure that we have, in order to achieve the goal of SDG, we have to make sure that we measure the impact, focus on really the objective of the project, or the way the company work through the ESG type of principles, and this is something will be more and more one of our guiding not only principle but the way we work going forward.
Thank you very much, Hamid. I will just have one takeaway from this roundtable, which is Ken used to say that the economists must sit on the back seat of the car. Now I can see that we as public financial institutions, we must sit on the front seat. This is where we are weighted. And I saw also that we have a lot of questions. I can only give you one rendezvous on the LT Twitter because we will organize more debates on the equity. Eric, you wanted to add the last thing?
No, I was just putting my glasses back. So.
Okay, and just to announce you that also LT is also very happy to join today the World Federation of Developing Financial Institutions. Thank you to all of you, and sorry not having answered all the questions, but we will have another debate in the coming time. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Well, welcome everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm very pleased to welcome you to this event today on development banks as actors for change towards gender equality. My name is Dan Seymour. I'm the Director for Partnerships at UN Women, and I have the honor of being today's moderator. You've all joined this event because you share the view of all of us that public development banks have a truly central role in implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And we also share the view, I'm confident, that the core of implementation is gender equality, that the empowerment of women and girls is fundamental for reaching not just SDG 5, but all other 16 Sustainable Development Goals. We feel this even more acutely in the context of the current global crisis with its disproportionate impact on women and girls and the risks that it has put in front of us very starkly of reversing the hard-won gains that we've made. In particular, this year we are sensitive to the fact of the threat to the gains that we have made since the Beijing conference in 1995, 25 years ago. And just as an overall framing, we know that it's hit women and girls particularly hard with regard to their income, their health, and their security. So our commitment to women and girls now is more important than it's ever been, and the need for us all to work together is equally important and in stark relief right now. We, as UN Women, work with many partners, governments, private sector, civil society, to make sure that the response to the current crisis, whether it's economic stimulus programs or the plans of work of private sector actors, are responsive to these considerations of gender equality. For example, working with ILO on rapid gender impact assessments on employment, estimating public investment needs in the health and care sectors, and supporting design of gender-responsive economic stimulus packages, exploring innovative finance instruments, gender bonds, gender markers, and so on. So this is very close to our heart, to my heart, and we have the pleasure to hear today from an extremely distinguished and expert panel which will address the role and impact of development banks in fostering gender equality and women's empowerment through the promotion of inclusive and sustainable policies. And what we have, of course, as I think you're all aware, the main outcome today is the Paris Development Bank's statement on gender equality and women's empowerment, which will be attached to the main declaration of this 2020 Finance in Common Summit. Let me just quickly then introduce our panelists. They have long and distinguished bios which are available to you online, but in the interests of time, I will be brief. Sebulongo Negusi is the Gender and Social Specialist of the Green Climate Fund. Meral Muratan is the Executive Vice President, Industrial Development Bank of Turkey, that's TSKB. Vanessa Mungar is the Director of Gender, Women and Civil Society of the African Development Bank Group. And Anne-Marie Levesque is the Head of Gender and Impact at FinDev Canada. Before we go to them, we have a couple of pre-recorded interventions from two other panelists. One is Delphine O, the Ambassador and Secretary General of the Generation Equality Forum 2020. This is a landmark event that many of us are heavily invested in and involved in this year, and framing for all our discussions on gender equality at this point in time. And also Rémi Rieu, the Chief Executive Officer of the Agence Française de Développement, AFD. So I hand over to them for their videos.
Hello everyone, I am Delphine O, the Ambassador of the French Ministry for Foreign Affairs and Secretary General of the Generation Equality Forum. I am delighted to introduce this side event alongside with UN Women and the French Development Agency on the contribution of development banks to the financing of gender equality and women's empowerment. On the occasion of the Finance in Common Summit, we're sending out a historical call to development banks to accelerate progress on gender equality and in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, especially the SDG number 5 for gender equality. The COVID-19 crisis has laid bare the excessive vulnerability of women who are disproportionately impacted by the economic and social consequences of the pandemic. It has also proved how fragile is progress in the realm of gender equality, how quickly our gains are rolled back by the crisis. Women are at the forefront of the crisis, and yet they still do not participate in most decision-making processes, and they are still not enough at the core of our policy and funding to tackle the crisis. In this context, we need new partnerships and innovative financing to tackle growing gender inequalities. Major efforts have been made to improve women's and girls' rights, and surely development banks have played an important part in these achievements. But we need to do more. Thanks to the Finance in Common Summit, we're able to gather a first group of highly motivated banks, deeply committed to furthering and deepening their internal and external commitments to gender equality. This step is just a first step. We invite all banks, multilateral, regional or national, to join this call. We will be meeting next year in 2021 at the Generation Equality Forum, the largest, most important multi-stakeholder international gathering for women's rights since the Beijing Declaration in 1995. We will be welcoming development banks, making concrete commitments to advance gender equality. Thank you very much, and see you next year in Paris in June 2021.
I am thrilled to welcome each and every one of you at this Finance in Common high-level event. By bringing together public development banks from around the world, this meeting provides a unique opportunity to highlight the transformative power of these institutions on gender equality. Many PDBs have already decided to integrate gender across their operations and measure their gender equality-related impacts. Now it is time to go one decisive step further. This is why we are kicking off today a movement to rally all public development banks willing to empower women and foster gender equality. The first step of this movement will start with a declaration of intent, the Paris Development Bank Statement on Gender Equality. We are very grateful to the PDBs that have already expressed strong interest in joining the fight for equality. Today, the signatories of this statement commit to achieving 4 key goals in line with Agenda 2030. The first goal is to strengthen accountability for gender equality. The second goal is to increase funding for gender-responsive projects. The third goal is to incorporate gender-related challenges into our climate and biodiversity commitments. And the fourth goal is to open up a dialogue with gender equality advocates, especially within the civil society. For instance, the Agence Française de Développement, AFD, I'm heading, is moving forward as a feminist agency. AFD has created a fund to empower women by supporting civil society organizations, and it is fully committed to ensuring the success of the Generation Equality Forum. The outcomes of this work will be unveiled at the forum in 2021. I want to thank Ms. O, French Ambassador for Gender Equality, for her commitment to this work. Last but not least, I would also like to thank our panelists, Ms. Borou, Ms. Mungar, Ms. Lévesque, Ms. Négoussier, and of course, Mr. Seymour from UN Women, who will moderate today's debate. I am confident it will be so vibrant and compelling that many other public development banks will join this collective journey towards gender equality. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you to both of those speakers. I believe we're going to, Monsieur Rioux was just talking about the signatories, and I believe we're about to put a slide up so everyone can see. We have a list of signatories. I'm just going to run through them so that we can, and we, of course, a number of our panelists represented there. We have ADF-IMI, which is the Association of Development Finance Institutions in member countries of the Islamic Development Bank. Thank you to you. AECID-ISE, the Spanish Agency for International Development Cooperation. AFD, the French Development Agency, obviously. African Development Bank, which we have here with us today and we'll be hearing from soon. ALIDD, ALIDE, which is the Latin American Association of Development Financing Institutions. Bancoldex SA from Colombia, thank you. BDMG, the Development Bank of Minas Gerais from Brazil. BICE, the Investment and Foreign Trade Bank of Argentina. CABEI, the Central American Bank for Economic Integration. The CDC Group, which is the Commonwealth Development Cooperation from my country, the UK. Good to see you there. DBSA, the Development Bank of Southern Africa. DEG, the German Investment and Development Company. EIB, the European Investment Bank. FinDev Canada, who we have represented on our panel, we'll hear from soon. FinFund, obviously from Finland. HBOR, the Croatian Bank for Reconstruction and Development. JICA, the Japan International Cooperation Agency. IFAD, the International Fund for Agricultural Development. IFU, the Industrialization Fund for Developing Countries of Denmark. KfW, the Credit Institute for Reconstruction of Germany. Proparco, France. PT-SMI, that's the Sarana Multi-Infrastructure, Indonesia. SWED Fund from Sweden. TSKB, which is the Industrial Development Bank of Turkey, who we are very happy to have with us and we will hear from in a moment. And VBRF, that's the State Development Corporation of Russia. My apologies for any mispronunciations as I tried to go through that list. So, as Mr. Rioux said, that's a good start, but we're not content with just that list. And we very much hope that maybe some of you listening will be inspired today to add your name, your organization's name, to that very distinguished list of PDBs that have made this commitment. So let me turn now to the panel in the interests of our time. And I will be very summary, and I will also ask panelists, please, to keep your answers to 2 to 3 minutes. And I will start with Meral from TSKB. Great to see you here. Now, as the chair of this event and as coordinator of the Gender Working Group on Gender Equality of the IDFC, which is leading the club to a joint statement on gender equality, led the club in October 2019, could you please just briefly explain to us the priorities of IDFC on gender equality?
Of course, thank you very much. It's actually a great honor to be here to discuss this very important topic to us and to most of the parties, I suppose, the 5th SDG. Today, when we see the general structure, gender equality is considered to be a key catalyst for sustainable development, economic growth, and fighting against poverty all across the world. On the other hand, unfortunately, while we are in the decade of action, we should note that the 5th SDG is among the least recognized ones. So additionally, we have been observing women have been disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. As such, raising awareness and ensuring commitment to close these persistent gender gaps are especially critical for developing economies, given the documented increases mainly in productivity and savings to be channeled to the investments, which in turn is expected to boost the economic growth among many other benefits that we can count. In this respect, we believe that International Development Finance Committee is well suited to play a significant role here in fostering gender equality. As you indicated with this main purpose, 2 years ago, Gender Equality Working Group was established at the core of IDFC with the contributions of 6 members by that time. Since that time, TSKB has been serving as the coordinator of this Gender Equality Working Group. And we can note that our actively working members today has now reached 10 members, and we are glad to share this. And we also thank to their efforts for long period of time of thinking with us. We would like to summarize what has been done since then, since the establishment of the working group. First of all, 2 years ago, again, we applied a questionnaire to the volunteered members of the club to identify each other's best gender-friendly practices within our own institutions, as well as regarding our external relations with other related parties, mainly external parties. As a result of this study, we obtained two main conclusions: the importance of mainstreaming the gender practices of internal gender-sensitive strategy, and of course, using our financial and non-financial resources to create an external impact that we will be measuring afterwards. Both results would, I suppose you will agree with us, involve our capacity building and awareness raising activities on gender equality and equity. The year after, in 2019, we have created a joint statement on gender equality and gender equity to address the importance of crucial role of development banks in promoting the 5th SDG. This year, we have updated our roadmap in a way to focus a third-party study on gender-based practices of IDFC this time. And by this means, we actually, in order to better analyze our approach, we put a strategic target on our roadmap with our decision to work with a consultant. Namely, we've hired the consultant. Frankfurt School will be helping us in this study. And Frankfurt School will identify our internal and external practices with a different perspective this time. And the study is planned to be based on a scenario with the participation of 10 members of the IDFC club. And IDFC members, as IDFC members, on behalf of them we are today speaking of, through the study of the consultant Frankfurt School, we would like to identify and focus on the gaps in gender finance, basically, such as informal economy, male-dominated mobile banking, labor force restrictions, and climate change, last but not least, let me put it that way. So the study is aimed to provide us with, most importantly, concrete action plans, which will allow each bank to individually engage in further operations on gender equality while shaping a common ambitious roadmap inside IDFC membership and the club. So the results of the study will be presented during the Generation Equality Forum next year. That's the target, that's the plan. And we believe that this analysis will help us strengthening our implementation of both financial and non-financial resources.
Thank you very much, Morel. And I think what I take listening to you is that if you're serious about this subject, you have to be very considered and intentional, and that sounds that's very much what you are describing. Let me turn next to Vanessa from AFTB. We know, you and women know because of our cooperation, which we value very much. AFTB has a very strong and long-standing commitment on gender equality, especially, of course, with regard to women's economic empowerment. So can you tell us a little bit more about what that actually means in practice and how it relates to the work that we're doing today, or the focus that we have today? Vanessa, over to you.
Yes, thank you so much, Daniel, and it's a pleasure to be here today. As you mentioned, this agenda is extremely important to us, and we believe that as the African Development Bank, the development finance institution of the continent, we have a considerable role to play as partners for our socio-economic development in a continent that dramatically needs accelerated transformation. So we believe in this agenda not only because it's the right thing to do, but because it's the smart thing to do economically for more inclusive, more resilient societies. We know that gender inequality is costing sub-Saharan Africa alone over $100 million a year. And this happens whereas we know that advancing gender equality and empowering women actually helps to reduce poverty and support inclusive growth. Women represent roughly half of our populations on the continent, so it's a big missed opportunity for them not to fully participate. They're the engines of our economies. We have the highest percentage of women entrepreneurs in the world, with 1 in 4 women actually starting a business. They account for over 70% of informal trade. So that's a huge asset to bank upon. We also know from research that when women earn a revenue, they reinvest 90% in the education, nutrition, and health of their family. So that's the biggest return of development dollars, return on investment that you can get out there. So we know that if we can ensure equal access to resources, women can fully deploy their powers and unleash their competence, creativity, reliability to fully contribute to the growth of our society as well as the recovery efforts post-COVID-19. We keep talking about building back better, and so we need to look at what that means in practice. The way the African Development Bank is doing it is really focused on two avenues. Number one, ensuring that we mainstream gender considerations into everything we do. Over the years, we've increased our investment into our operations, specifically towards gender outcomes, but we've also built our internal capacity, invested in knowledge, just to ensure that every dollar we invest across projects, whether it's in infrastructure, energy, education, or agriculture, women's needs are specifically taken into account so we can have higher impact. This is all supported by work on data and knowledge to enable policy dialogue that is evidence-backed. So we can demonstrate that ensuring women empowerment and gender equality actually yields higher GDP for countries and more resilient societies. We're also looking at specifically targeted initiatives. And our biggest one is the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, which we developed in collaboration with other African stakeholders, namely the African Union, the African Guarantee Fund, but also international partners, UN Women, our sister MDBs, with the support of the international community, like the Netherlands and the G7. And the idea there is to have specific targeted impacts on the issue of women's access to finance, as we know that unlocking that potential will have multiple collateral benefits. And through AFAWA, we'll be not only providing specific financial vehicles to tackle the fact that women are perceived as riskier on the market, but we'll be also supporting the financial institutions with sex-segregated data, assistance to develop specific programs and products to respond to that specific segment, also working with women to build their capacity. So many of them have amazing businesses thriving in the informal sector mostly, but not necessarily the business and financial acumen to respond to a commercial bank's specific needs and requirements. So we'll work with them through civil society organizations on that. And finally, last but not least, work with governments and regulators to ensure that we foster an enabling environment where women can thrive. That means working on issues like land rights, but generally more economic rights that enable full participation, as we are convinced that Africa cannot really deploy its full potential without specifically targeting its women.
Great, thank you very much, Vanessa. I think you make a crucial point. There's and a very simple one that's very close to the heart, I think, of all of us in this discussion. There's not enough money in the world to try to resolve each of them and attain each of the Sustainable Development Goals on their own. So we are in the business of finding very high return on investment approaches. And as you said very, very clearly, gender is right up there. Gender equality is right up there as the smartest investment of our energy we can make. So let me turn to Anne-Marie. And on this subject of smart investments, as you know, UN Women and myself, we're big fans of the 2X Challenge initiative, which FinDev Canada has been leading. So I think it would be great for all of us to hear from you about the goal and the results that you've achieved so far, the composition of the initiative, and how it interacts with your own gender equality strategy. Anne-Marie, over to you.
Great, thank you so much, Dan. So a few words about the 2X Challenge. So the 2X Challenge was launched in June 2018 as a major new commitment by the development finance institutions, or DFIs, from the G7 countries to mobilize substantial capital in investments, in private sector investments that benefit women before the end of 2020. And so since the launch, it's grown way beyond the G7. So 6 other DFIs have joined. And in 2019, EIB became the first multilateral development bank to adopt the 2X criteria, which was a major new step for the initiative. Another key initiative associated with the 2X Challenge is the 2X criteria. So once we had this challenge for ourselves, we needed to define what we meant by investing in women. So we developed the 2X criteria with experts to determine which investments would be 2X eligible. And the criteria identify several ways in which investees can promote gender equality, focusing on women's access to finance and entrepreneurship, leadership opportunities, quality forms of employment, and products and services that enables women's access to economic inclusion and participation. So how are we doing so far? At the end of 2019, we had committed just under $4.5 billion, meaning we surpassed our initial $3 billion target with still 1 full year remaining in the challenge. So as we're approaching right now the end of the initial commitment, the end of 2020, we're of course very proud of our accomplishments, but we recognize that this is just the beginning. So while we're very eager to see what the final figure will be, we're already thinking about the future. So you mentioned last year, FinDev Canada was chairing the 2X working group. This year it's DEG from Germany. But together the group is thinking about how can we move even more capital with greater impact for women, and how can we bring more investors with us? So we're hard at work on some very exciting announcements at the end of this year, so stay tuned. Now to your other question, how does this interact with FinDev Canada's gender strategy? As you may know, FinDev Canada is one of the youngest bilateral development finance institutions created in 2018, same year as the 2X Challenge. Our mission is to provide financial solutions to the private sector in emerging markets of Latin America, the Caribbean, and Sub-Saharan Africa. And our priorities are to create jobs, empower women, and fight climate change. Now, all these goals are important to our mission, but the goal of women's economic empowerment is a core driver of our decision-making, which is why we're proud to say that we look at all our transactions through a gender lens, and specifically women's economic empowerment. Now, arriving on the scene as the 2X Challenge was launched was perfect timing for us because we were able to integrate the 2X criteria in how we do business from the beginning. Our assessment of all transactions uses the 2X criteria as a blueprint. But more importantly, it helps us with our 2 core portfolio objectives, which are, on the one hand, encouraging private sector companies to become more gender inclusive. And on the other hand, use our capital or steer capital towards opportunities that actively and intentionally target women. We were talking about intentionality earlier, which is also very important to us. And in both cases, we can use the 2X criteria to either identify what good looks like or use it as a guide, as a compass to identify opportunities to improve. So we can use it, it's useful for both beginners and experts. And a big part of our gender strategy is also to be an advocate for gender lens investing within our industry. We're younger and smaller than our peers, so it was obvious to us from the beginning that without partnerships, it would be very difficult to move the needle on our own. And at the same time, with the right partners, it's incredible what you can accomplish. And I think this has been the greatest success of the 2X Challenge so far. Investors coming together, speaking with one voice to say, hey, gender matters, and we will take this into account when we move our capital. And it's great because it's not a competition. 2X is not a competition when we talk about gender, about women's economic empowerment. We're all here to achieve the same thing. We want to change investing. So we need an industry-wide movement. And it's why it's so exciting to be in this virtual room today with a lot of public development banks. And so I hope this and the statement that came out today will inspire other development banks to join the movement.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. I think you definitely have the contender for the quote of the day when you say, with the right partners, it's incredible what can be accomplished. The 2X Challenge Initiative, the fact that you're teasing us that there's more to come and we should stay tuned, we definitely will. Let me turn then to Seb Lawongo from the Green Climate Fund. Of course, when we are pushing for increasing funding for gender equality, it's not just about women's economic empowerment, it's also about mainstreaming gender into all areas of work. And among those other areas of work, of course, climate change, Maral mentioned it earlier, in connection. I mean, it's a very, very clear link, but not necessarily a link that everybody is fully appreciating and internalizing. The GCF has a very strong gender equality link. We're very happy in UN Women to work with you on some of that. in the Gender Action Plan and in funding of development banks. Can you tell us a bit about the requirements that you have and the methodology you use in your accreditation process and operations, and what's done when you see non-compliance of your partners with the GCF benchmark? Over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, colleagues, for your interventions. It's very inspiring to hear how passionate some of us are still, even though we've been working on this area for a long time. So the Green Climate Fund is established to support the efforts of developing countries to respond to the challenges of climate change. And our governing instruments, it gives us the mandate to access the GCF resources. The national, regional, and international implementing entities can do that, but they will have to be accredited by the board. And if we look at gender equality, again, the governing instruments gives us the mandate to enhance gender-sensitive approaches in our processes and operations. This then means that everything that we do at the fund will take a gender mainstreaming approach. If we take a further look at the accreditation, as part of the accreditation process, accredited entities, or those who aspire to be accredited, are expected to demonstrate that they have institutional capacities to undertake the overall management, implementation, and oversight of climate change projects and programs in line with the GCF's fiduciary standards, environmental and social safeguards, and gender policy. This means all entities, including, in this case, public development banks, that seek to be accredited will have to adhere to the requirements. And if they don't have the capacity, which is sometimes the case, there is a pool of money within the fund that is made available to those with challenges to be able to fulfill that accreditation requirements. So in effect, at the end of the day, everybody will be accredited, ensuring that they comply with the gender policy and the requirements of the accreditation. So none, they might have conditions, but they will have to fulfill conditions prior to coming with the funding proposal to be approved. So in effect, everyone that is accredited through the fund has a gender policy or has committed to having the competencies and capacities to come forward with a funding proposal that meets that requirement. Further, I mean, that is one part of the exercise, but further, the GCF will ensure that under the accreditation master agreements and funded activity agreements with the accredited entities, that the AE or the accredited entity will comply to the requirements of the updated policy. As you know, we have an updated policy which was recently endorsed by the board, and we have specific requirements on the gender assessments and action plans. And so they will have to fulfill those requirements. The policy and its requirements are to be implemented throughout the fund's engagement and activities across mitigation and adaptation through private and public sector alike. So no one will be accredited if they are not compliant. There are no distinctions, and all programs will be held to the same standards. And again, I would like to emphasize, and I think I like the fact that we have a pool of funds to allow capacities to be developed. And so accredited entities, before they get accredited, can apply for those funds to build their capacities to comply with the policy requirements. And once they have been accredited and still have difficulties in meeting the requirements afterwards when they are trying to develop their funding proposals, can apply for financing to develop the required documents, which is the gender assessments and action plan. So while the accreditation process paves the way for addressing gender equality, the gender policy recognizes that the road to achieving gender equality and women's empowerment through climate finance requires certain things. One is that there is an understanding that gender relations, roles, and responsibilities have important influences on women's and men's access to and control over decisions, which I think is a major challenge for me, particularly for women. Access to assets and ownership of assets and resources, information and knowledge, and in many cases we see that access to information and knowledge about climate-related impacts are not available to most. And that the impact of climate change, I mean, we know gender inequality exists already, but as a result of climate change, the the inequalities, the gender inequalities, even grow much more. And it also strongly believes that climate change initiatives are more sustainable, and I think it was alluded to earlier, that it's more sustainable, equitable, and more likely to achieve development objectives when gender equality and women's empowerment considerations are integrated into the design, and implementation, monitoring of programs and projects. So we do have this recognition to start with, and that's what we try to promote in the day-to-day operations of the fund. And that's why there are efforts in the fund to ensure gender is mainstreamed consistently and throughout our operations. We have broad objectives, but we try to get those objectives to be met through a comprehensive gender approach, which means that project development processes as well as organizational practices, both internally and with our partners, are consistent with gender principles. It should be noted that the fund recognizes capacity limitations, and I think I repeat this because we consistently see that in the day-to-day functions that we have, that the limitations at various stages to comply with the policy, and that we provide support accordingly. We have the readiness fund, as I said, which comes in the beginning, and we have the project preparatory support, and I think many of our accreditors have been using that. Secondly, we have another objective which ensures that climate investments are designed so they will advance gender equality through climate change mitigation adaptations actions, while also minimizing social and gender and climate-related tasks. This is seen through the requirement that we have that all projects will have to undertake a gender analysis. It doesn't matter which sector you're from, there are gender issues at every level, and we require that to be undertaken by all. But only undertaking the gender assessment is not enough, so we do need interventions that reduce the gender gaps of climate change-induced social, economic, and environmental vulnerabilities. And so all accredited entities, once they develop their funding proposals, after having undertaken the gender analysis and assessment, will be required to develop their gender action plans. The gender action plans will have specific activities that are derived from the challenges they have identified through the gender assessments. They will have indicators, they will have targets, they will have budgets to make sure that implementation actually really takes place. So this is what they will be coming into. As a matter of principle, sorry.
No, go ahead. Sorry, Sebon, we're just a little tight on time. So
okay.
If you wrap up.
I'm okay with that. I can come in afterwards, but I think the requirements are this, and if there are questions, I can respond to that. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. And sorry to interrupt you. So I just I'll ask the organisers if they could kindly in the text let me know. There's a timer telling me we have a little over 7 minutes left, which is an indication of my poor timekeeping as a moderator. We were going to go into a little bit more depth right now onto the issue of the link to climate with the panelists. With apologies to the panelists. In the interest of time, what I'd like to suggest is maybe we try to catch some time up and we go straight to the video from EIB on She Invest, and then that'll leave us time for questions, and then I'm sure you'll be able to work in, as Sebon just said, the gender and climate change angle as you respond to the questions that we receive. So apologies for a slight change to our plan, but I think we need to do that to catch some time back up. Can I ask the organisers, please, then to play the video?
Familia yangu imenisaidia tena kwa mahitaji yangu ya maisha, imekuwa ikinisaidia.
We are now comfortable because we charge the phone with the D-Right batteries Their rights have improved my life.
If I empower a woman, the woman will empower another woman, and that woman, like a chain, we grow up together.
Well, thank you. That's a great video. I love the statement there that you empower a woman, she empowers another woman, and like a chain, we grow up together, which is maybe competing with Anne-Marie's quote as the quote for our event today. Let me turn. I just want to turn morale. I don't want to lose sight of the declaration. Obviously, that's the very key outcome from our discussion. And morale, TSKB, you're one of the signatories of the declaration that was presented by Rémi Rieu at the introduction of the event. Can you just tell us a bit about your commitment as a national bank and your support, and maybe to inspire others to join the list? Over to you.
Thank you very much. For the sake of time, I will try to refrain myself before going long. So gender equality and equal opportunity is a very key thing at my bank, at the TSKB, and in our organizational strategy. While our CEO is woman, and while we have 3 seats at the board level, represented by women again, we are a bit proud of. And women employees at the bank currently corresponds to approximately 54% of the total population of the bank. So we are always also very much dedicated to follow the international practices, and with the, try to get connected with international community to learn from each other and to increase our commitments. And as such, as a mission institution, we have become a signatory to the UN Women's Empowerment Principles 5 years ago. And in our integrated report, annual integrated report, which we prepare for the last 4 years, and prior to that, we continued with sustainability reportings, we disclose our targets and KPIs. And the outcome and the impact generated through our capitals and value generations, the results by gender is also represented. And we should also note that among many other efforts that we are trying to support our inclusive investments, certainly the being catalyst for fund generation is a key thing. It proved itself. What I'm trying to say is that we raised funding on the gender equality through Agence France Development by 2 separate credit lines, and those lines further to the generated impacts, followed by World Bank's gender equality credit lines. And that resulted in us increasing our impacts on gender. And in Agence France Development credit line, we developed a dedicated assessment tool. And this measures the impacts very clearly prior to the investments and after the investments. And it measures the aspects of gender equality through eliminating gender-based pay gaps, women's role in decision-making processes, work and life balance, women's access to non-traditional jobs, whether it's possible or not, or unfortunate sexual harassments at workplace. So that toolkit helps us in identification and impact measurement. Currently, we have supported through these lines, we have supported 1,500 women workforce as of today. And currently, 5% of our loan book is attributable to the 5th SDG. That also proves us that we have a long path to go, and we will hopefully, and not hopefully, but we are committed to move ahead with all the stakeholders. And maybe I could also note that at TSKB, us and our all subsidiaries obtained equal opportunities model certification, which has been developed by an NGO in Turkey, namely a Women Empowerment NGO. And we've obtained the technical assistance to do so from World Bank. So getting connected and learning from each other again proves itself with the dedicated results. And we are also collaborating with the respective initiatives to share our experiences in Turkey as a mission for a better world, I would like to say, through more women included in the workforce and mainly in decision-making processes. In very short, we are the president coordinator, let's say, of the Business World and Sustainable Development Association's Turkey branch. It mainly aims to focus on raising awareness among and on women's employment and gender equality among the members, and guiding them towards assessment and evaluation of their own performances. And at our bank, we have a sustainability committee, and under which we have a working group specifically dedicated for gender equality. And this group allows us also to spread the mutual objectives of ours and brings about a more integrated approach as it comprises of various members from our banks, from different departments. So we are today excited because attached to the joint declaration, as Remy indicated at the very beginning in the video speech too, which will be one of the key deliverables of the summit, signatory development banks will make a concrete commitment to gender equality and empowerment. Gender declaration actually provides several priority access, certainly. But if we would like to state these, the first one is strengthening accountability for gender equality through development of gender equality action plans in the internal and external practices of the main institution. And secondly, increasing funding for gender equality actions. I guess our story also proves the effectiveness of this approach. And making it possible to set an ambitious and progressive objective based on a very shared methodology. And the integration of gender issues, thirdly, into our commitments in terms of climate and biodiversity too. And lastly, maybe, the strengthening of the dialogue with the actors involved in the fight, in this fight, against gender inequality, and in particular with the civil society, again getting connected. And our expectation from the signatory development banks will ideally be moving forward for the next period to the Generation Equality Forum next year on the commitments of the declaration by presenting very concrete engagements towards funding of gender equality. And along with our mission of all participants today, our coordinated effort, which we believe will be demonstrating the full potential of us, and that will bring a long-term impact upon our common mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Meral. And the organizers have, but just actually before I go on to that, really appreciate the detail, but also the information, which I hope will again encourage others to join in and follow the lead. So thank you. To the other three panelists, the organizers have helped with my blood pressure and told me we have a little bit longer, a little bit of latitude. We have some questions. The questions, what I want to do is invite you, maybe if I could ask you all to try to stick to 2 minutes in a final round. And maybe we'll go the opposite order we went before. So Seb Lewongle, then Anne-Marie, and then Vanessa, the dernier mot for you. And the questions that we have, actually, they fit together quite nicely. And so with apologies to those asking questions, I'm going to sort of put them together because I actually think there's a coherence there. And the question is, of course, right now, we're all very focused on COVID-19 response. So how are you ensuring in your institution's work that as you address COVID-19 and all of those impacts, that gender is at the heart of that? And as an angle on that, of course, for those governments that aren't in a position to have the fiscal space for stimulus measures, of course, there is a kind of austerity type consequence. And even those that have been able to afford stimulus, you can see potential for austerity measures down the road. And if there's anything that recent history has taught us, it's that austerity hits women and girls particularly hard. So in that overall picture of COVID, the anticipation of the broader economic environment that it's likely to engender, what does that mean for your institution as you're doing what you're doing now, but also as you're looking into the medium term and longer term? So if I can then, as I said, maybe Stella Luongo, then Anne-Marie, and then Vanessa will end with you. And with apologies on the time, if you could stick to just the 2 minutes each. So Stella Luongo, please.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And again, I mean, our operation still continues in the same way in that the policy requirements will be there, but we do give recognition for the challenges that COVID poses. And we also noted that in the COVID situation, we know that the incidence of violence against women, domestic violence, has increased. And as we go into receiving funding proposals and investment requests, we try to get to understand what is going on within the community. And we do understand also consultations or the stakeholder consultations that we require or that we give guidance on cannot be implemented to the latter, or will depend on how countries deal with COVID. But there is increased recognition as we move forward that these realities exist and that measures to address them are explored or will be explored once implementation has started. I think we have some flexibilities within the implementation of our action plans and development of action plans, whereby entities can put forward the overall situation, but at the beginning of the implementation phase, they would still go back to consulting with the communities to understand the implications. Again, the emphasis here is on undertaking an assessment and analysis and not just jump into doing activities. So it is something that communities would like to have, is responding to their specific needs, the different circumstances that they find themselves in, and then the interventions then therefore will have to address those underlying causes as well as the emerging challenges that COVID poses to them. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I go to Anne-Marie next then?
Yes. Thank you, Dan. Very quickly, I'll just draw your attention to, so in April, the 2X Challenge and the Gender Finance Collaborative joined forces to release some COVID-19 recommendations. So how to respond to the crisis from a gender lens, and that was both directed at our own organizations, but also any investors who wanted to listen or find solutions. And those recommendations looked at both rapid response, so what do we need to do now, but also how can we look at investing in longer term recovery from a gender lens. And in terms of the rapid response, providing liquidity or working capital to institutions and intermediaries that incorporated a gender lens was very top of mind. And for FinDev Canada, for example, we are the financial sector is one of the only 3 sectors that we're in, so that was a natural focus for us. And this has meant that we supported financial institutions that targeted the MSME segment, which are the backbone of a lot of the economies we work in, and increasingly making sure to earmark a certain portion of that financing to women-owned and women-led businesses. Now, from a longer-term perspective, the recommendations call for investing in opportunities that increase resilience to future pandemics and other shocks from a gender equality perspective. And that can include sustainable infrastructure, of course, healthcare solution, personal protective equipment, suppliers and retailers of women-centric products and services, and women's access to finance and other economic empowerment tools, and also the care economy and care infrastructure. It remains a somewhat unexplored area for a lot of DFIs, but we do believe believe that the crisis has made care and the additional care burden that women carry or perform, thank you, during these crises, very visible. And so we think that it's definitely part of a longer term solution from a recovery and resilient future.
Great, thank you, Emery. I'm very glad you brought up the issue of care, because that's so often overlooked, as you flagged. Vanessa, over to you.
Well, I think this crisis has put forward the need to build back better. We keep talking about it. And while it might shift perspectives on the positive economic outlook we were expecting in the coming years, I think it might also set the ground for economic recovery and growth that is deeply rooted in enhancing local value chains, local businesses, and local capacities. And within that context, if we can provide equal access and participation, women can be powerful drivers of recovery. And, we know that the crisis has highlighted already entrenched inequalities, as well as the overexposure of women to the virus, the increased workload, the economic damage they suffered, the domestic violence they faced. And I would say they've been bearing the brunt of the economic and social fallout from the pandemic on the continent. It's exacerbated the lack of access to markets, finance, inputs, all the productive resources, especially with the disruptions we saw in the global value chains, the reduction in purchasing power, the restrictions in mobility. So many women on the continent are involved in informal trade. Imagine the impact of closing borders for the ones that are crossing them every day to kind of make a living for their own family day by day. So in this context, the bank has really recognized the impacts of the virus on women and the fact that we're actually seeing reversed gains that we had attained in previous years. We developed we tried to be as flexible as we could and reorganized our entire work program to develop a COVID response facility of $10 billion to help governments and the private sector to alleviate the effects and the spread of the COVID-19, but also mitigate the economic and social impact. And we made sure that all operations funded under COVID-19 response facility incorporated gender considerations in their design, from design to outcomes, and focusing the impact on reducing women's vulnerability and enhancing their safety and economic resilience. And it was really interesting to look at the interventions we could put in place so that women were not just seen as victims of the pandemic, but most importantly as drivers of the response and the recovery. And most of our interventions centered around support to women entrepreneurs, but also the extension of basic social protection to informal workers and vulnerable women, the targeting of healthcare workers specifically, when in many of our countries, women represent over 70% of the labor force in the health sector. So that's for the immediate response, but I really think, as I said, that beyond the immediate term, it will be crucial as we rebuild differently, that we very deliberately tackle, as we've been talking about throughout the panel, that we tackle gender inequality specifically so our societies can be more resilient to future shocks.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. So, colleagues, we are out of time. One of the advantages of my poor timekeeping is that I can blame the fact that I will simply not be able to summarize everything that was said in any kind of coherent way. It's very, very rich discussion, and so I won't attempt to. I will just thank very much the panelists, thank very much the organizers, and maybe just a parting thought. We have heard today about the centrality of women as drivers of the response to this situation that we are currently in. And the panelists, I think, did a great job of making this current. But we've also heard of the power of partnership in achieving that effective response, leveraging the potential of women as leaders and drivers of recovery. We've heard about how this issue is not just siloed in a discussion about gender, how it cuts across everything else we talk about. We've heard really, really concrete ways that institutions like yours can find ways to hardwire this commitment to gender equality into their work. And we've also heard about one very important step that you can take, which is to make the commitment and join the signatories that we have heard from today in our panel, and also that you saw on the list before. Again, with apologies for the timekeeping, but very great appreciation to everybody for both participating and listening. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the meeting.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to all of you. I'm Sébastien Treyer. I'm the director of IDRI, a think tank on sustainability based in Paris, and I'm going to be the moderator of this session on financing local action and resilient cities. What is the role of subnational development banks? A few words of introduction before I come to introducing our extremely eminent panel tonight. Building Back Better is at the center of the whole Financing Commons Summit. But I think it's extremely important to add a territorial dimension, a local dimension to this conversation. Why is that so crucial? I want to give a few words on justification of why this is particularly important. We want to enable both reconstruction and transformation. That means that we want to exit the crisis, give a new impetus for economic redevelopment, structural economic transformation, prepare even possible reconversion of regions or metropolitan areas that might be specialized in one of the economic activities that have particularly suffered with the crisis. So if we want to build more resilient models of development, re-diversify the economies or align the economies of these regions or metropolitan areas with Agenda 2030, we need to listen to the needs of the people, of the population of these territories. All these examples I've been quoting are examples showing that if we want to do that well, there is a crucial social dimension that we are aiming at, be it about jobs requalification or the access to essential services. So yes, we need to listen to the needs of the population to redesign an economic project for a territory, for a region, for a city, which is also particularly crucial in terms of democracy and the capacity of populations and social groups to feel and to know for sure that they are part of the reconstruction decision. I can speak for my country, France, where not a lot of the citizens are really aware of what the recovery plans of the French government and of the European Union is going to deliver for them. And I think that's why this is a democratic challenge that we are also talking about, and not just a challenge about technical instruments. Of course, we will be discussing that with specialists of how to make that possible. But I think I wanted to underline the political dimension of the conversation that we are having tonight. I think it's this is why I think that the idea to focus on local action, on cities and regions, and on the role of subnational development banks is extremely significant, both technically but also politically. And so, when we are going to be discussing solutions and instruments, we have to have in mind both dimensions. So in this perspective, we have a wonderful panel, and I just want to begin by presenting the person that is lacking in our panel. I'm sorry for the other panelists, and thank you very much for all of you who are there. But we were supposed to begin our session with a key introductory statement by the Executive Vice President of the Government of Spain, Teresa Ribera, who actually deeply regrets that she is not going to be able to be with us tonight. And I just want to insist on why we were intending to have Teresa to have a talk with us, because she could have been insisting on the fact that we have a recent Spanish experience where a very important political dialogue was established at the scale of a Spanish subnational entity, the autonomy of Asturias, to negotiate a future without coal, both to ensure better economic viability for a region, for this region in the framework of Agenda 2030 at a time where the economy, the viability, the economic viability of coal was not ensured, but also, of course, to protect climate. What could have been very interesting is to hear the Spanish experience about how you negotiate a pathway to get there. Of course, including the financing pathway, but not only about compensating the people, but giving a new project for the region of Asturias. So I think we can still bear this reference in mind for the conversation and the discussion. That could be a useful example or reference to refer to when we want to discuss with the panelists. But I think what the focus of the session is going to be on the critical role that development banks can have in such an endeavor to build back better, to give a new project for cities, for local governments, for local authorities and their regions. And so the big questions of these sessions are about what is the critical role, what is the potential of subnational development banks, and then the critical role they could play, and also to see if they already do today. What is it that they already do today? What could they do better? And what are the main challenges for the future? How they could be also supported by the other scales of governance and the other players in the financial system. That's the focus of these sessions. I think we need to bear in mind that the subnational development banks are explicitly mentioned in the Addis Ababa Action Agenda from 2015. That was the other very important document accompanying the Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement in 2015. Of course, we could think of that the subnational development banks are naturally important players because they are the last mile specialists in the architecture of financial players. But why are they particularly suited for transformation and reconstruction? And if we want to align recovery with Agenda 2030, that's really what we want to discuss tonight. And we are very happy to have 3 eminent panelists with us and 3 videos from important players in the field. First, let me introduce Sergio Guzmão-Suchodolski, who is the president of the Development Bank of Minas Gerais, one of the federated states of Brazil. Sergio, thank you very much. We are very honored that you are here, and thank you very much for BDMG to have organized this panel.
My pleasure. It's my great pleasure to join you today. Merci, Sébastien. It's a great honor to join you today. Should I do my speech now, or?
But if you, I'm sorry, I just wanted to present the 2 other panelists and then give you the floor. I'm very sorry, Sergio. I was my misintroduction. I'm coming back to you in a minute. So we also are extremely honored to have Dr. Marie Pangestu, Managing Director of Development Policy and Partnerships at the World Bank, because it's also very important to understand how a multilateral development bank can connect to those local challenges and to the other players like the BDMG in Brazil. And we also have with us Dr. Antonella Baldino, Chief International Development Finance Officer at the Italian, I would say the Italian National Development Bank, but actually it's called Cassa Depositi Prestiti, which is very similar to what we know in French for the Caisse des Dépôts, but you might also discuss, if I'm right in naming your institution, the National Development Bank of Italy. We also have, we're going to have 3 videos from the FMDV, the Global Fund for the Development of Cities, which is actually a network supporting local authorities to access funding. We also have a short video from the European Association of Public Banks and from the Indonesian Development Banks for Infrastructures, PTSMI. So that's the menu of today. Thank you very much for the 3 panelists to be here with us tonight. And I'm coming back to you, Sergio. Sorry again for having misintroduced you. So you're the chair, you're the president of this very interesting development bank that is at the scale of a federated state in Brazil. Could you tell us how you support the implementation of Agenda 2030 through the investments of local authorities, of all firms at your regional scale? What are your perspectives for doing even better, for supporting the way that we could align their projects with Agenda 2030? And maybe it would be also important for the participants to this session to understand if you see limitations that you are facing and how you could be also helped to do better. The floor is yours.
Thank you, merci, Sébastien. It's indeed a great honor to join you today and my fellow panelists, Madame Pangestu and Antonella Baldino, good friend from CDP. I'm wearing 2 hats today as president of the Development Bank of Minas Gerais, but also the president of the Brazilian Development Bank Association, which reunites 31 development banks and development agencies and other commercial banks and cooperatives that have a development portfolio. I'm speaking from BDMG's headquarters in Minas Gerais. We're a 58-year-old subnational development bank, currently serving 27,000 clients in 90% of the 853 municipalities of Minas Gerais and also in the 7 neighboring states. Yesterday, during his remarks at the summit's opening session, our friend Remy Rioux highlighted three main takeaways from the excellent Visible Hand research conference that we also participated prior to this main event. In a nutshell, he pointed that development banks should act as platforms to generate positive impacts within their territories. Be prepared and have adequate conditions to operate and have that need of enhanced global coalition towards common development objectives of the 2030 development agenda. I couldn't agree more with his perspective because this is exactly what our strategic approach at BDMG is. BDMG has been positioning itself as a development platform that provides a comprehensive set of financial solutions, from credit to project preparation, and this will enable the implementation of SDGs in connection with local needs and priorities. We have also been combining a deeper specialization in the territory we finance with an enhanced use of digital tools. These two elements allow us to improve performance and reach a larger pool of clients on the ground through a more effective identification of sustainable investment opportunities. I would also like to flag that BDMG has managed to expand its partnerships with regional and multilateral agencies and development banks, forming a coalition that helps cascade and assess adequate funding and technical expertise to generate positive impacts. Actually, we are about to expand this coalition with a new agreement with CAF, the Latin American Development Bank, which is a very important partner and an institution with great experience in financing local development. As a result, during the 10 months of the pandemic, the bank could design and implement an effective and SDG-aligned response. In the first 10 months of 2020, we have expanded our disbursement by 160%, achieving the greatest level of disbursements of the bank's history. The resource available for small and medium enterprises more than quadrupled in the same period. And most important, SDG-aligned disbursement increased by 294%. In this period, we have also implemented a digital platform to finance municipalities, and we launched a project preparation facility to support them in the design of high-quality bankable projects. We have achieved more than 2.5 billion reais in disbursement, and this was only possible because of the partnership with several development banks and agencies, and I will reference at least a few of them in this fight. EIB, the French Development Agency, CAF, Fomplata, and the Inter-American Development Bank. Finally, I will conclude here. In terms of the challenges that the subnational development banks face, I would like to highlight the need to work with new and more diversified pool of funding sources. The incorporation of new technologies to enhance our operational capability and better balance between development mandate with long-term financial sustainability. And in this sense, we've been working with several guarantee funds to be able to operate at this scale. I will stop here, and I'd like to thank for the opportunity to be with you today.
Thank you very much, President Suchodolski. That was extremely interesting to hear all your experience and the instruments that you are mobilizing, and particularly the fact that you are measuring how your projects are aligned with the SDGs, which is a key element of how we can have those metrics, and we have touched upon that in the research conference, the Visible Hand, as you already also mentioned. I think I'd like to that we could hear now from the FMDV, the global network supporting local authorities to access funding. The director of FMDV, Jean-François Rabot, is sending us a video message to tell us about their experience of how they can help local authorities access funding. Please, could you launch the video?
Good day, everyone. I'm Jean-François Abot, the Executive Director of FNDV, the global network of cities dedicated to promote solutions to finance and invest in urban development. Because of subnational development banks are playing a crucial role to finance the urban climate transition, FNDV have provided support in different ways since 2015. First, through the development of technical assistance to support SDBs in improving their services. Secondly, through the support to the African network of SDBs, the RIAFCO, with training and peer-to-peer exchange on different topics such as climate finance and private investment mobilization. Thirdly, through the advocacy support to have a better recognition of SDBs in the global agendas. And because of the increasing interest towards SDBs, we are convinced of the necessity to create a space of dialogues between SDBs and with the financial ecosystem of partners. For that reason, we have launched last year, during the Climate Week in New York, the Global Alliance of SDBs with the first regional declination in Africa, where we are currently mapping the existing SDBs to better understand where they stand and how to improve the capacity to support the urban development. This work is one of the flagship programs of LUCI initiative, led by the Cities Climate Finance Leadership Alliance, also known as CCFLA. For all these reasons, I would like to thank IDRI and AFD for the invitation to contribute to the Finance in Common session on SDBs, and thank you very much.
So that was, to me, an interesting message from this network that is already organizing networks of subnational development banks, particularly we heard in the framework of the African continent, but not only restricted to that. I think both Sergio and the Executive Director of FNDV have mentioned the necessity to be able to link in the proper way with other levels of in the financial architecture. And we are very honored to have Director Marie Pangestu from the World Bank. Madame Marie Pangestu is Director of Development Policy and Partnership at the World Bank. Madame Pangestu, how do you at the World Bank support local authorities and cities, and how do you link your actions to subnational development banks? I mean, in the title of your portfolio, there is this mention of partnerships. We have heard about dialogues. How do you substantiate that? What does that mean in terms of organizing the ecosystem of the different development banks?
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me and allowing me to share our thoughts to this event. Let me just say something about the context. I think the pandemic is highlighting the underinvestment in resilient cities and urban areas, because we have seen how the pandemic is actually, the epicenter of the pandemic is in urban areas. And in developing countries, you're talking about overcrowded living conditions, people who lack adequate water, sanitation, access to food or social safety nets, lacking access to information and essential services. So it's highlighting something which has already been in existence prior to the pandemic, which is the low levels of private investment in municipal infrastructure and utilities. That has been a long major challenge to how we can improve service delivery in developing countries in the urban areas and cities, as well as, of course, addressing other development and climate change. So I think as countries think about building back better, building back resilient cities and delivery of necessary services should be part of the plan. And what is the role of subnational development banks in that? They can play an intermediary role to mobilize and channel financial and technical resources from donors to MDBs to other financiers to the municipal level. Given that I think one of the constraints is this ability of cities to borrow. So SDBs can play this intermediate role, as well as the fact that hopefully SDBs can bring to the table their specialized knowledge of the municipal context, the local needs, the investment needs, and the risks, and step in where the private entities are unable or unwilling to do so. And they can really access the private finance, hopefully in a sustainable and a way and over a long term. They enter where the private sector will not enter. They need to be structured, regulated, and capitalized in a way to ensure squeeze in rather than squeeze out of private capital inflows. And there's a range of systemic factors and constraints in the ability of subnational access to private finance and the effectiveness of SDBs that also need to be addressed. So let me just share with you a few ways that the World Bank Group is supporting SDBs. First, when there is a clear rationale for public sector intervention, we are helping our client countries put in place the right regulatory and supervisory framework for state-owned financial institutions. Second, under the right conditions, we directly support the establishment and capitalization of SDBs or similar entities, such as our support to the Tamil Nadu Urban Development Fund, which with other development partners, we have been able to finance 1.8 billion of municipal infrastructure projects. Third, we bring advisory services to strengthen the operating frameworks and improve corporate governance, such as supporting Vietnam's Social Bank for the Poor. Fourth, we support the enabling environment by stimulating project pipeline and municipal credit worthiness. This speaks to what Sergio mentioned as the cascade approach. We also adopt that, and I think that this is where we can do more here. For example, with other development partners, we recently launched a GAP fund, which will unlock at least €4 billion for climate smart projects and urban climate innovation in developing countries. Getting projects ready for the pipeline, that's really one of the big challenges. And finally, we provide the analytical guidance to help SDBs scale up green finance as part of our advisory services on greening financial systems. Thank you, and I will look forward to today's discussion.
Thank you very much, Madam Pangestu. This was also very clear about how you see the role of SDBs and how you support them, under what conditions, but also what type of support the World Bank is already giving those types of players. There is I think we could hear now from the European Association of Public Banks, Philip Mills, who has recorded videos about the EU experience, and particularly when we think of the Green Deal and the recovery agenda in Europe. How can we make sure that this is corresponding to what is needed in terms of implementation at the local level? So,
hello, dear participants of this very important conference. My name is Philip Mills. I am the chairman of the European Association of Public Banks since June 2016, and I am also the CEO of SFIL, a French public development bank. European public banks, like any other public banks, public development banks, are effectively being created for this kind of circumstances, to be able to provide financing in any circumstances when commercial banks are reluctant to do so, when sometimes they are even unable to do so. So we are effectively providing financing in circumstances of crisis. How do we do so? We do so by effectively in 4 different means. The first element, we just expand in a very considerable manner what we are doing usually. We expand our programs, we expand our procedures, especially to help SMEs to be able to be financed in these circumstances. The second element is to be more specific. We have in several occasions issue COVID bonds. We have issued COVID bonds in order to finance public hospital. We have issued COVID bonds in order to finance other actors which have been effectively impacted by this crisis. The third element of this strategy is to provide all the tools we usually provide to our clients. So loans, of course, guarantees, liquidity, and also all kind of advisory services to our clients, so local authorities, municipalities, public hospital, social housing institutions, SMEs. So in a nutshell, what we have done is to be a counter-cyclical institutions who make available financing at very competitive conditions in any circumstances, and especially in these crisis circumstances. Yes, I just mentioned that we have a first role was to be counter-cyclical institutions. We have a second public policy mission, an even more active one, which is to be institutions which help to effectively increase, accelerate the ecological transition in the European economies, either by providing green or social loans or sustainable loans to different clients. So we have done that. We are, us European public development banks, at the forefront of this kind of financing. For instance, last year in 2019, we have been able to issue more than 10 billion euros of sustainable bonds of different type. We have issued since the beginning more than 30 billion. So by issuing 10 billion euro, we have issued 10% of the total issued in this kind of bonds, and so the loans associated with, for the whole Europe. I will give you some example. We have people like our dear colleagues from Netherlands, from NWB. We have, of course, institutions of NRW from Germany. We have people from the Nordic states, like our dear friend from Comininvest. We have people from Slovenia. We have just issued a COVID bond in October. What we have done that? We have done that in order to provide financing. And if anything else, if anything we can say is that we have enough financing, but we are not enough projects. So we hope that to be able to use the different recovery plan of Europe and our national states in order to increase that part will be very useful for us. And of course, we want to do it in close cooperation with EIB, which is by definition, at the European level, the bank who wants to be the bank of the climate. I don't know if I will use the word recommendation. At least as an association of public development banks, we can have suggestions. We have very much appreciate all the efforts made by European institutions, on top of it, the European Commission, of course, European Central Bank, to introduce elements in order for us to be at our maximum efficiency. For instance, they have a law on temporary regulation to be postponed. They have a law to have more flexibility on the EU aid framework, to have channeled the aid from the state to the public development banks. I think with the crisis expanding, I think with the second wave of the COVID-19 infections, we need to see all these elements to stay in place for longer than was expected at the beginning. That's the first element. The second element is, of course, that in the EU budget, all the different elements, all the different sectors which are useful for the EU economy should be maintained and should not be adjustment to the next EU generation element, which has been decided by the different European governments last July. And perhaps finally, all these are very important with a clear regulatory in another dimension framework. We have the chance to have in Europe a taxonomy. But as it is usual, the devil is in the details. The taxonomy is a very good starting point, but now you have to have the delegated acts. And in these delegated acts, we need to have sufficient flexibility in order for all the different institutions, all the different economic actors to be able to participate to this transition to a more neutral carbon type of economy.
Well, these were interesting examples taken from Europe, and I want to turn to another European colleague in the panel, Director Antonella Baldino, you're the Chief International Development Officer at Cassa Depositi Prestiti. And I think it's very important to understand, I mean, Italy is known to be a very active network, that the economy of Italy is made out of a very active network of SMEs. I mean, that might be a little bit overstated, seen from Paris, but that differentiates a lot Italy from France, at least. And it's also very regionalized politically and economically. How do you, what is your experience at CDP as a national scale player to support local authorities and local economic players? And what lessons can be drawn for that for the international context?
Yes, thank you. Merci, Sébastien, and good afternoon. I'm very pleased and honored to take part in this panel of the Financing Commons Summit and to be able to share with you the experience of Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, or in short, the CDP. CDP is the Italian national promotional institution. We foster the development of the country using national savings responsibly in order to support growth and boost employment by leveraging on innovation, business competitiveness, infrastructure, and local development. In its 170-year history, CDP has consolidated a unique role within the Italian economy. Today, it pursues its mission as a long-term investor and as a financial institution with a growing international perspective and an increasing role in development financing. So traditionally, CDP has had a national footprint with a specific focus on territorial development and financing local public authorities. Over time, our business model of local action has evolved in three directions: enlarging our scope from the public to the private sector, widening the range of financial instruments, including loans, guarantees, and equity interventions, developing a local approach based on effective financing schemes for social and sustainable infrastructure, for smart and affordable housing, for new technology and innovation, and for green energy and circular economies. In our experience, an effective strategy for local action should be designed in order to create a bridge between public and private interventions, between public interest and the private capital risk appetite, and a vehicle to strike the right balance between public interventions and market rules. These are key ingredients to ensure sustainable territorial transformation, including intervention for resilient cities and responsible recovery in the COVID-19 context. Within this framework, national or subnational, it's only a matter of perspective. If we consider our role in the European Union as an example, CDP is both a national player, but in a way also a subnational development institution. And from this perspective, we are able to appreciate firsthand the important role of SDBs, essentially for one reason. Local areas might be characterized by significant peculiarities in their production system and market structure, and by heterogeneous market failures. For SDBs we think that SDBs represent a bridge between national policy goals and local needs, delivering tangible results at local level. And let me conclude by saying that in the COVID-19 scenario, SDBs are a core component of a model for the economy to be resilient and for growth to be sustainable.
Thank you very much, Madame Baldino. This was a very interesting statement from the Italian example, and really, I just want to emphasize what you've just said, that there is a bridge needs to be built between national political decisions and local needs, and that was what I was trying to introduce in my first talk. And I think that it's not usual to consider the financial players like SDBs to be one of the key elements of the bridge between those political questions, and I think that's one of the key elements. We still have a last video before coming to some question and answers by Edwin Siaruzad, who is the President Director of PTSMI. PTSMI is in Indonesia a national development fund for infrastructures. And I think they have a specific discussion about how they can help subnational governments.
Good evening, esteemed CEOs of public development banks around the world, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly an honor for me to be given this opportunity to represent Asia on the topic of financing local action, particularly to share with you our own experience in financing municipalities in Indonesia, especially in the time of COVID-19. PTSMI has been mandated by our government to support COVID-19 affected municipalities in Indonesia. Not only they have limited fiscal capacity and highly dependent on transfer from the central government, but also have limited health and infrastructure system in place to overcome the overwhelming effect of COVID-19 in the region. To fill in the gap, PTSMI is spearheading the Regional Economy Recovery Program, which is a long-term, low-interest loan provided by PTSMI, which utilize blended finance mechanism to provide financing alternative to municipalities to increase their fiscal capacity so that they could continue providing or even better improve their provision of public services during post-COVID-19. The affected municipalities may use the loan to fund sectors such as water and sanitation, low-income housing, environment infrastructure, logistic and transportation infrastructure, and social infrastructure like hospital, which is badly needed in the time of COVID-19. We expect that this program will contribute an additional output to Indonesian national economy, improving value added, additionally labor income, and increase employment, along with other social impacts such as better access to health facilities and improved sanitation. We believe that helping municipalities is key in reviving the economy from the bottom end. And therefore, we hope that through sharing our experience, we can inspire other PDBs to do the same. Thank you.
So this was the final statement from this Indonesian example, and we have probably around 10 to 15 minutes for Q&A and your conclusion words, if you accept to go a little bit beyond schedule. I think from my side, I wanted to launch a discussion among you three, Madame Pangestu, Madame Baldino, and President Suchodolski, about in two directions. Maybe you can pick on the one that you think is most relevant. One first thing that I think is striking to me, to what extent aligning with Agenda 2030 in times of COVID is proposing two very important challenges, but that might be quite different from one another. One is accelerating the possibility to reach Agenda 2030 goals about access to essential services. I mean, the MDG part of the SDGs, access to energy, water, mobility, etc. and food. So that's what Madame Pangestu was particularly insisting about, the fact that we still need to accelerate and mobilize more money for utilities, and that's one specific challenge. Another part of the challenge is when we, that I was introducing in my first words, was that on top of that, we need to try and redevelop some of the economic sectors in some regions towards a different type of business model, a different type of economic pathway, if we want to be aligned with climate biodiversity and inequality reduction objectives within the SDGs. I'm not saying that they are different, but they might be two challenges, complementary challenges, but it's quite challenging to look at both of them. So my question in that first part of the question is about how do you how ready are your institutions to deal with both? Is it are you mainly focusing on one of them, or and how far do you see? What is still the challenge for your institutions to align with these very important Agenda 2030 alignment challenges? My second type of questions is might be a little bit more anecdotal, but I noticed that some of you have mentioned the problem of the fiscal capacity of local authorities, and we could also say the same about the fiscal capacity of national governments. How do you, as financing institutions, how can you deal with that? I understand that for some of you, the idea is to also help the fiscal capacity of those local authorities. Do you have instruments that enable that? Or more broadly, what is your relations with local and national governments? How do you support local governments? So maybe what I suggest is that you pick up on some of the questions that I've mentioned here, or some others that you wanted to develop, and make your final statement before we can come to a close. I think I will turn first in the reverse order, first to Madame Baldino at CDP. How would you react to the other things, the other messages that the other panelists have put on the table? Maybe you react on the questions that are asked if you think they're relevant, and give your final conclusion.
Yes, thank you. So how do we react? I would say that with the COVID-19, our institution has found its efficiency in pursuing its traditional model. First of all, we are a long-term investor, which is, something that is very important in order to not only look at the short-term effect of the COVID-19 crisis, but also to look at how to relaunch our economy. So first of all, we are a long-term investor that, thanks to our specific business model, provide patient capital to the real economy, to financial instruments and maturity which are consistent with non-speculative return. And deploying patient capital in our intervention does not end with only have a longer maturity, but also can be extended to the ability to look strategically ahead towards more distant horizon and perspective by carrying out promotional and development activity, so targeting the 2030 agenda. And secondly, in our approach, it is very important to operate in complementarity with the private sector, rather than being in competition with them. It proves to be very important also in this critical phase of the COVID-19 crisis. We work alongside with the banking system, with the financial system, in order to favor a crowding-in effect. A plurality of players that can only be efficient with a stronger coordination, as we consider to be also with the SDGs. I would say that in our intervention, what is highlighted is the importance of SDGs as an essential piece in the mosaic to tackle the SDGs. A mosaic where a plurality of public development banks is in action, and they are all heterogeneous in terms of governance, source of funding, financial instruments, regulation, and also main sector of intervention. Heterogeneous, but however, sharing a common goal, which is this, to support local and global sustainable growth and development. We'll all have a unique DNA, and we can only work efficiently with a strong coordination of priority and goals, and a cooperation among the different levels of intervention, also following the already mentioned cascade approach. This is the perspective driving our work in Italy and also inspiring our commitment at international level alongside other partner institutions. We are at the moment where the global economy needs both a foundation of sound domestic policies combined with a firm commitment to international cooperation. We need these two elements, the domestic as well the international, to create a more resilient global economy with a sustainable and more durable and more inclusive growth. Just to summarize, what is our approach at the domestic and also international level? And partnership in this domain will be the name of the game. That's why we are here, and we very much share the value of this first Financing Common Summit.
Thank you very much, Madame Baldino. I turn now to Director Pangestu. Could you just give us your reactions to what you heard in this session and your conclusive words?
Yeah, thanks. And it's been very good to hear everybody speaking. I think our objective has always been about, how can you achieve delivery of essential services, which has always been a development objective, but at the same time, address health and human capital issues and the environmental issues. And I think this Building Back Better offers that opportunity. How do you design your programs, have the right policy frameworks and institutions to achieve that at the national as well as at the local level? And I think, I have been working in this space for a long time, including in my own country, Indonesia. You heard PTSMI mention what they're doing. But PTSMI, I don't remember, one of you said it, it was in one of the video recordings, says financing is not the issue, but having the projects ready is the big issue. And that's exactly the PTSMI problem. We were able to raise $2 billion in SDG funds, I think it's called. But to find the ready-made projects, whether at national or municipal level, has been a big issue. And here the issue is really about, on the one hand, the regulatory and legal issues that allow you to have the private sector come in, or to be able to use these funds when the private sector doesn't come in is the big issue. And I think this is where the World Bank comes in quite a lot with governments to work with the reforms that are needed to have this happen. I would just mention a few which are very key. One is obviously land use. And because land use and having clear certainty about land laws and regulations. I heard that so many times when I'm attending all these city development and urban planning events. And second is the role of the role of delivery of public services, whether it's water, electricity, to the extent you have public-private partnerships. How does that work when you have sometimes or many times you have a monopoly, a state-owned monopoly? How does that work? How do you reform the monopoly that's often in the hands of the state? And how do you have the public-private partnership that allows enough incentive and certainty for the private sector to come in? That's another big issue. And there are many other issues, but I would pick those two just because those were the ones that we found to be very clear not enabling enough public-private type of investments to come in, or the cascade model. The cascade model works on the principle that the upstream, which is all the regulatory reforms, need to happen, and then you have the blended finance model, which is a combination of multilaterals can come in to provide guarantee, and then you can have the other, you can have SDBs, you can have private banks, you can have philanthropy even come in. So I think that's the direction we should be going, but we need to do more work on the political commitment for the reforms to happen at the national as well as at the subnational level. And it is not an easy space. I think many of you who work with cities know that there is a lot of, let's say, the mapping of the interests need to happen, and how do you align them so that you can get them to be on board, and the participation of citizens to make it all happen. I'll end there.
Thank you very much, Madame Pangestu. I just want to mention that we had only one question from the chat that was about how do you make sure that we also listen to the local needs of the most vulnerable, and the mention was, for instance, indigenous women in tourism in Latin America. I don't know if you want to add something on that, Madame Pangestu, maybe, if that's something that...
Just very briefly, I believe, I'm a great believer in the role of communities. So I do think we need to make sure that whenever we are designing programs, especially at the local level, it does have to pay attention to the local needs. And here is the role of communities, the importance of involving all the local communities, the vulnerable groups, the excluded groups, to make sure that you hear all their voices and their needs.
Thank you very much, Madame Pangestu. I now turn to President Sushodowski. Sergio, you, to some extent, your bank had the idea to convene this panel, so I leave it to you to also make the final conclusive words, reacting to all you've heard, but also to the question that came from the chat, because I believe that's also something that might be interesting from a Brazilian bank to hear about. Sergio, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sébastien. Merci. It was a real pleasure to work with you throughout the Financing Commons Summit journey. I believe this is the beginning of an important dialogue that will hopefully contribute to building a more integrated and effective community of public development banks of all sizes: multilateral, national, regional, and subnational. Of course, we all share the same mandate, and I think many of us, if not all of us, are aligned with the 2030 agenda, the SDG agenda. I will try to tackle some of the previous three questions, and but on a very direct and objective manner, and provide perhaps our example. As you know, the 80s and 90s, according to former president of the IDB, Enrique Iglesias, was the era of the genocide of the development banks. And I believe that especially after 2015 and now 2020, we are at a time of renaissance of development banks in a different model, in a 21st century development bank model. And this is at the heart of the importance of the panels that are being hosted, of the academic conferences, of the papers that have been published, and I encourage all of you to check the Summit research page, and also of the Paris Peace Forum for Solutions. We're actually showcasing our digital credit platform tomorrow. But more importantly is the following. Following the three questions. First, I do believe that we need to have a diversified portfolio, very focused but diversified. Okay, in Minas Gerais, we serviced small, medium, large companies, but also municipalities. 853. Of these 853, more than 80% have less than 30,000 population. They're very small municipalities. They could not organize themselves. They don't have the tools to be able to secure direct funding. But not only that, as some have mentioned, they do not have the project preparation facility. And that's where we go. We not only provide small, medium, and large financing for these municipalities of different sizes, from 5,000, 15,000 to more than $1 million in the case of our capital. But we do project preparation. And in this manner, we have partnered with the Inter-American Development Bank as a first partner to organize a facility that is already working and where we will integrate SDG technology, and I'm talking about engineering technology, to a concession of road, very key one, 300 kilometers, that is in the heart of the metropolitan area of Minas Gerais. And we will offer that to the private sector for concession and for investment. So therefore, Public Development Bank is mobilizing private resources using SDG technology. We couldn't be fulfilling more our mandate, I think, nowadays, using other visions. Another fact that I think is important, our shareholder, the state of Minas Gerais, is in not a very good shape, financially speaking, but we are a non-economically dependent platform. That's recognized by the rating agencies. So we have a rating that is many notches above the state by S&P, by Moody's, and therefore we are able to mobilize resources not only with development agencies, multilateral, other national development banks, but we are just about to issue our first sustainable bond in the international market. We also raise funds through local bonds and local green financial instruments. So we are trying to use our creativity and all the instruments that are available to mobilize these resources to the very end of the chain, which is the little guy living in a very small city with lots of development challenges. And we believe we are the platform to partner with both private and public institutions to reach and provide that development and enable to fulfill the dream of the 2030 agenda. So thank you so much to trust us today in organizing this panel. We are really thrilled to be here participating.
Thank you very much, President Suchodolski. I want to thank all the panelists for a session that we had to run through a little bit. I'm very sorry for that, but your inputs were extremely valuable. And I think we have had a very good discussion about all the instruments that are already developed and used by the Subnational Development Bank and how they relate to different scales of governments and to different players in the financial system. So I think we are, as President Suchodolski said, we have now a road ahead of us to continue doing it better in order to build back better. Thank you very much to all of you, and enjoy the rest of the summer.
Thank you.